recording is beginning. So, it's been a while since last session, but last session, you guys got yourself situated in the City of Glass. You spent the night at, you rested, not quite sure if it was morning or night, at the Leviathan's lair. And after that rest, you made your way to the Diver's Den to ask for information about the Siren's Tears. And in doing so, you spoke to the captain of the Diver's Den, and he informed you of the recent events that have been going down in the hunting grounds for the City of Glass, and how there are creatures there that usually aren't too hostile, are now have those hunting grounds on lockdown. And the platoons of men that the Diver's Den deploy aren't enough, so they are calling on the aid of anyone to give them a hand. And so you accepted the job, and the captain said to you that further details about when they would be departing would be present, and you'll be notified in at least 24 hours. Thereafter, you before the Diver's Den, you made your way to Marvu's Marvelous Makings, acquired some items for yourself, mainly items that help you traverse underwater. And thereafter, you made your way to the Reigning Sanctuary, where you basked in the luxuries that they had to offer, with the baths and the gambling room, not to mention some of the workers there struck up a few conversations with you.
Good morning.
And after all of that, you headed back to the Leviathan's lair once again, and settled to have some drinks before you tucked in for the day. In the process, trying to get Lushu as drunk as possible so you could drop him off at the Reigning Sanctuary, to which it did not work.
We would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling Dragonborn.
Exactly. And that is where we are picking up. So you're all waking up within the tavern. It's been it's been about 14 hours since you've been to the Diver's Den, so spending a bit more downtime, just wandering around or whatever in the city. Soon enough, you will get a notification sent to you about when the divers are moving out. So, for that remaining time, the city is yours. Is there anything in particular that you would like to do, or shall we do a time skip and say you are just...
I think I'm good. Nothing much I need to do except make sure my gear's in order.
Maury, have you tested if your broom works underwater?
Brooms do not work very well underwater, no. They're meant for flying, not swimming, unfortunately.
Look, I thought they were just like a Gary's Mod no clip.
I don't know what that means.
Unfortunately, no.
All good then. You have a cloak, don't you?
I very much do, yes.
Very good.
Yeah. The only thing I want to do, Mac, is at the end of a long rest, just or just like make a water breathing cap for
Me.
Dolo and Cloak of the Manta Ray for Mori.
Sure, sounds good.
Yep.
So you do that. You wake up and using the supplies, well, the materials you acquired yesterday, you managed to make the cap and the cloak of the manta ray, and you distribute them off to their respective persons. Anything else?
Breakfast?
Just yes, breakfast. I'm just having a look at your homebrew rulings for like
Underwater combat?
different attacks and stuff.
I did notice the water rules. I quickly looked through all the water rules, water spells. It's like, ah, yes, all 7 of them.
Well, there's a few, so
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna just use lightning. It can't go wrong.
Goes
I
wrong.
mean,
It has a
radiant damage doesn't get affected.
yeah, it doesn't, because it's mainly just light.
Mech.
Yeah.
Would daggers count as a ranged weapon that does piercing?
Well, they can be thrown, can't they? They have a thrown property.
Yes, but I can't remember if they're piercing or slashing.
Let me have a look.
Because otherwise I will have to buy a
Uh,
crossbow because
daggers are piercing.
cool. So I can throw daggers underwater and they work.
Yes.
Awesome. Pog, I have those. Alright,
Okay.
I can cope with that.
Alright, cool.
We head down to breakfast and
Okay.
did anyone want to do anything or shall we do time skip to breakfast on the day we leave?
I'm okay.
Okay, so you make your way down to the main lobby to get yourself well fed for the day ahead. You see some usual patrons that you've seen in the few times that you've been in here. You also see Max, CEO, and Erasmus sitting over on a booth just sort of over near a window. They haven't noticed your guys' presence. They seem to be enamored by a little sort of contraption that is taking place on the it seems to be like a dancing ball that's standing up on 2 legs that Erasmus seems to have invented, and it's just sort of spinning around doing some twirls, and it yeah, it's a pretty solid performance by the dancing ball. So,
I'll go over and I would like to inspect the dancing ball.
sure. So you go over. Max greets you and asks you all if you slept well. And Erasmus sort of, as you take interest in the ball, he doesn't say no to you inspecting it, but he doesn't say yes. He just sort of gives.
I didn't want to, give it the grubbies. You look with your eyes, Mac.
Okay. When you said investigate, I thought you meant pick it up and have a look. Okay, so you have a look, and it's just a sort of a near perfectly spherical sort of brass colored metal ball, and it's got these two very thin robotic legs just sort of poking out of little slits at the bottom, and it's sort of doing it's the Kazioski kick, I think it's called.
Very good.
And yeah, it has incredible balance, which is surprising considering the actual sort of, given its appearance, its center of gravity should be way off, but it's balancing pretty damn well.
I'm very impressed. I
So yes,
Pats.
it's doing this dance.
Oh. What's the turtle's name?
Arasus.
I pat Erasmus on the shell. So that's very cool.
He's doesn't take too kindly. Seems a little bit nervous when you sort of pat him on the shell, but he doesn't, fully outright flinch. He just feels a little.
He doesn't kill me.
Doesn't kill you. He just feels a little uncomfortable, but he says, "Thanks." And CO says to you all, "Have you heard any news from the captain yet?"
My memory's a bit hazy since last night, so...
He has said we're heading out today.
Well, no, he hasn't, although.
Well, I thought you were saying we were time skipping to the day we were leaving.
Oh, I thought there were others who wanted to do stuff. No? Okay, then.
I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot.
Debatable.
Okay. So, says, okay, do you know if we are meeting up at the den or near the gates? You
If
would
I
have,
remember, I
does
presume
anyone-
they said gates?
you would have been told to meet up at the diver's den as a means to make sure everyone has appropriate gear for the expedition.
Again, my memory's a bit hazy. Yeah, it was the den.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
let them
probably
know.
better.
Yeah, we got told to head to the den.
Oh, okay. Well, we were actually just waiting for you all to wake up. So
Yeah, sorry, I had a really bad headache for some reason last night. Needed a bit of a sleep in.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you feeling better today?
Yes, yeah, my mind's a bit foggy though. Shouldn't affect much.
That's good. That's good. Well, I think we best not keep the captain waiting.
I don't know. He strikes me as a man as fond of dawdlers.
Well, I suppose
listen to
there's
him.
only one way to find out. Let's get a move on. And she sort of cheerily hops up and sort of drags Max and Erasmus in tow.
I follow behind.
Yep.
With the rest of my group.
And you all make your way towards the diver's den.
I do.
Yep.
Does everyone follow? I'm going to assume everyone follows.
Ah.
Okay.
Josh follows from very far away.
Indeed he does. So, you all arrive at the den, and much like to the first time that you were here, there's a small platoon of soldiers out the front doing basic drills. And you can see sort of separate from that group but nearby is another small platoon of soldiers sort of gearing up And you notice the captain there going over a game plan of sorts and just making sure that the troops' morale is up and in high spirits.
I watch from a distance.
Okay. The captain hasn't seemed to notice you all as he's sort of facing away from the main road.
I'll yell out to him. We're ready.
Oh, glad you all could be here so early. We have one more person.
Does he appear angry?
No, he's in a good mood.
Very good.
Yeah, he's been boosting his soldiers' morale, and he himself looks like he's in high spirits. And he says to you, "Great, you're all here, and I do believe that is everyone. We have my men here, you all there, and another adventurer who was nearby in the city and saw the post I put out earlier. And he
Post on Facebook.
and he gestures over towards a man who was sort of just standing by one of the weapon racks, just having a look at the weapons. Would you like to introduce your character?
Sure.
Dun, dun, dun.
There is a. Let's see. My guy's gonna be standing there looking at the weapons, particularly looking at the bows. He stands about 6'2". He seems a little paler in nature. His eyes, however, are very distinguished. They are glowing a bright blue, and his hair is a black with a bit of white, some salt, pepper. He still seems to look relatively young, though, but he seems to be talking to someone, and there's no one around.
Mac,
yeah,
does
someone
he?
with very sound mind.
So he belongs in the loony bin. Got it.
I don't think you have any right to say that. I'm sorry.
Well, just
Meg.
because I am who I am.
And you can pop a picture of your character in general if you would like.
General. Which general? There's like
Tales of the Awning Portal.
Tales of the Awning Portal general.
Yeah.
Up above Homebrew Rulings.
There we go. Okay. I cringe.
Ah,
That's
a good indicator of what he looks like.
That's a
Cringe.
Mech, does he look like a race that we recognize?
He has relatively human features. It's just sort of the pale skin that is sort of throwing you
And the
off.
glowing eyes.
And the glowing
I
eyes
think
as
I
well.
believe that's a goth. I think I know that.
Like a Visigoth?
Sure.
I wanna do an Arcana check on him
What are you looking
to
for?
see if he's a
Magical.
magical being.
Does he have the magic of friendship up inside of him?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 24. And I also have advantage on that, I think.
He's
Rolling in then.
Nah,
doesn't
it's okay.
doesn't seem to be magical in nature. No.
I would like to yell out, "Hey, what's your name?" In the
Tony.
hopes that it immediately becomes Tony or Ezekiel.
Please come up with a name. Don't let Ben make it.
My guy will casually just look over. Are you looking at him?
We're all
Yes.
looking at you now.
Okay, yeah, so he looks over and he just looks around and he goes, my name is Soul.
I can
Like
cut
Okay.
the thing inside you, or the thing on the bottom of your feet?
My name.
I could cut a slab of butter with this edge.
How's it spelled?
With this edge. S-O-U-L.
Okay, like the thing inside you. Gotcha.
Yep.
Good job, man.
I feel like we should not die around him.
He'll eat us.
That's quite an assumption. You don't know.
Mac, I'll turn to the captain and say, so, what does the new guy do?
Well, Sol, would you care to give the others a demonstration?
Yes. So, is there something that,
Yeah.
without getting like fined money, is there something I can shoot?
There's targets. There's targets like mainly like there's targets that are both on land and in the water. And you all see like crossbow bolts sort of sticking out of the of a few targets, and also stuffed sort of scarecrows.
Can I split the bolts down the middle?
You can certainly try. Go ahead, roll to hit.
Oh, why do I roll so bad?
You don't split down the middle, but he lands a nice shot into the shoulder of one of the scarecrows.
Is this a fancy looking bow he has?
Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I keep doing that.
It's a pretty fancy looking bow. It's got like
Hey, to Mac, I wanna also flex a bit. I wanna shoot lightning at the arrow.
Oh
okay,
no.
roll to hit.
Why is the testosterone going off?
Aspen
Wait.
doesn't have testosterone.
Yeah.
I know.
This is
She's
a cock
crazy.
measuring compass. Yeah, 21. Yee.
Okay, so the funny thing about Sol's shot is that as it sort of struck the target, the arrow sort of appeared and formed on his bow, and then it fired, and as it sort of impacted into the scarecrow, it just sort of disappeared.
Bro, he has some
But
returning
you
ammo.
fire your lightning towards the crossbow bolts that are stuck in the scarecrow, and you watch the lightning collide and leave a few burn marks on the scarecrow.
I'm just trying to see if he's a compatible mate.
Oh no.
And his bow is the ends of the bow are shaped like a dragon's wings, and what
Kind of
color?
like my guy's hat.
Yeah, what color
It would be psychic, so
what color
I-
is?
I just realized with your character
I
art, he's
think it's-
posed like that. He's posed like that crazy guy talking about aliens.
Yep.
yeah, that's the meme.
Very good.
I think it's God damn it, I have my fucking shit. I think it's
like a purpley color.
yeah, it's purple.
Yeah.
I know it's a gem dragon. I know that's purple.
Amethyst?
No,
Yeah, there we go.
amethyst is force.
Oh
It-
crap. Let me
like
go
a
open
purple thing.
Fizzbins then.
Let's see, Dragonborn. So it's emerald. So it's like a greenish emerald color bow.
Fucking hate the color green.
Rip green.
You could paint them. They could be emerald underneath, but you could paint them.
There are pink. There
Why
Yeah,
are
don't you
I
dip your
have-
bow in a bucket of paint?
Yeah.
Wait,
mean,
I can
I guess if I
technically change the
really-
color.
I guess if I
Also,
really need
emeralds-
to impress them, can I have a hold your breath competition with someone?
Oh,
Bro, you're
that's
gonna
not a good
lose
idea
that
right
one.
now.
How about fucking water genasi?
All of us have water breathing helmets on. We don't need to breathe.
It was in preparation
I don't.
for
I
not
don't.
dying.
Oh, that's a good thing. I don't have that on.
Yeah. But, you know, I could beat you any time of the day with that. I literally don't need to breathe.
It's funny you say that.
Yeah, I breathe underwater.
So you do need to breathe. Just
No, I
Yeah,
breathe
you
water.
need to breathe. Yeah, you
No,
need
but
to
like-
breathe.
No, I am literally a water genasi.
that doesn't mean you don't need to breathe. It just means you're capable of breathing underwater, Casper.
Yes, so I breathe underwater.
that still means you can be strangled underwater. So
Well, I have lightning, so
Your point is invalid, TF.
yeah, I have lightning, so it doesn't
Wait.
matter.
Mac, are we underwater right now? Like,
No,
are
no,
we
no, no.
visibly wet?
No. So inside the city, the city of glass is like a massive sort of air pocket.
You're basically in a snow globe right now.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
you're essentially in a snow globe.
Yeah, no, my guy's like, let's hold our breath right now. Like, I bet I'll win.
Hmm.
I like how this random stranger is taking offense to one of the idiots in our party shooting lightning. He's like, I bet I can hold my breath longer than you.
Well,
A
It's like
common
powder,
reaction
you know, I
of
can-
the
I
criminally
can breathe.
insane.
the
No, yeah, but my guy doesn't look like he's breathing.
the captain.
Oh, he's undead.
The captain says to you all,
No.
you all get acquainted. I'm going to finish up some final preparations. Feel free to
Okey-dokey.
grab any equipment you need from the racks here, and we will be leaving in around 30 minutes.
Mech,
Oh,
does
he's
he
doing the thing
have?
he used to do.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him about that in a sec. Mech, are there any arrows around? Like barrels of arrows?
Yeah.
Alright,
There's a
I'm gonna
few.
take them all.
Okay.
All of
Oh,
them
you,
go into my
you,
mega
you
quiver.
don't need that many.
Well,
I wanna do detect magic.
Okay.
Virtually cast it.
okay. So.
Bro,
first-
it's not because of the stranger, it's because maybe there's some puggies magical items just laying around.
Yes, predominantly probably worn by the other people we're going with.
Okay, so
I don't know. If they die, we get loot, okay?
Okay.
I
So
don't
shut
think that
up.
would be well
so,
appreciated.
So first off, Dolo, there's more crossbow bolts than arrows. I'll say that much. And it seems like majority of the other soldiers do have at the very least a hand crossbow by their side. Some are more kitted out with a heavy crossbow. And you do see a few men that don't have weapons, but they do have spellcasting focuses. And altogether, because arrows don't work too well underwater, there's a short supply, so only about 25 arrows.
No stress. And yeah, if I see any daggers as we're walking around, I'll pocket them.
Okay.
Is there like a grindstone, whetstone type thing around?
What was that, sorry?
Is there a grindstone / a whetstone nearby?
No. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be one.
I was just gonna. Any cleaning supplies for like weapons, armor?
There's water.
You're standing next to a wizard with
Okay,
prestidigitation.
I'm gonna head over to the water and start cleaning my longsword.
Okay.
Make sure it's.
You're standing next to an artificer. I forgot how to say it.
Yeah, but it feels good to do it by hand sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take care of your own weapon.
I'd like to go over to Soul. And be like, so are you suffering from deals with the devil resulting in certain levels of undeath?
No.
So I also want to go.
That's
go to
unfortunate.
Soul. So you are a demon.
No.
So what are you then?
Human?
Hmm.
He'll even pull down his mask, take off his hat, like lift it up, like, see?
Then why are you not breathing?
I think I know this
Yeah.
phenomenon.
Seems
stabbing him.
sus.
I'm really good at
Okay.
holding my breath.
Ben, should we stab him?
No.
Okay.
How would that solve the situation of me breathing?
Because the more you said to stab you.
It was a joke. Probably.
You see,
Oh,
Max has gone over to one of the weapon racks and he seems to be sort of flourishing around a spear and sort of nods in confirmation, and he goes over to Erasmus and CEO and just sort of you can overhear him talking about aiding them with weapons that would be useful.
Anyway, I go up to Sol and I offer a hand and say, "My name's Luciu. We'll be working
He
together.
looks at your hand and takes it.
Silver Dragonborn approaches
It's
you.
very cold."
Is this you're the water person?
No, I'm the Silver Dragonborn.
You can dunk him in water
shall
if you
we
want.
shall we put our character arts in chat?
Yeah, so maybe put your character arts in chat and also give a brief description of your character. So, Luciu, do you just want to give a brief description?
Yep, let me pull him through. I'll just put him by the divers then.
Like, what the fuck is... What? Ben, what the fuck is that gif?
Yeah,
Did you
The
just...
delay on that.
there you go. Luciu, Silver Dragonborn.
Oh yeah,
I'm a cleric.
Sylvana.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If you're a part of that campaign, then Meg told you that.
He's the
Yeah,
DM.
I'm the DM.
Yeah, he told you that in his campaign he has a player with that profile picture.
Yeah.
I'm that character.
Are you a girl?
No.
Okay, never mind what I was about to say. Then yes, I'm taking your hand, of course.
Where did you put it?
It's no, just put it on the token on the Roll20.
Yes, my name is Luciu. I am the designated healer / sometimes do too much damage person.
Well, then I will be sure in moments where you think I'm not around, I let you know where I'm at.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Sometimes it's a bit hard to find where, friendlies are. They're all around killing things.
Mac, what's the lighting in here?
It's pretty well lit. Like it's sort of like a mid afternoon type lighting. Not too dark, not too bright.
I just wasn't sure if I was going to vanish in thin air in front of it.
No. No, it generally stays this type of brightness as the water from the outside of the City of Glass mixed in with a few stray magical lanterns throughout the city give it its light.
What about out of the city?
Out of the city, the entire water of the plane of water is somewhat illuminated, apart from a few areas.
So are we saying dim light?
Some areas. I'll
Grab me by the balls here.
I'll let you know when it comes to it.
Okay.
I'm imagining at this point that you're like an Enderman, and when you go into darkness, you just start teleporting around.
Pretty much, that's basically what it is.
Very good.
So Ben, do you want to describe your character?
I've already spoken to him like a few times, so you may as well just bring up my token.
Okay.
I am Dolomite. You can call me Dolo. I am an Earth Genasi swashbuckler, fighter, rogue, real good at stabbing stuff.
He's the designated damage. He
Slash,
go in,
Nice.
stab
slash frontline.
Because no one else will.
Bro, what?
Well, I'll keep you.
I'm
covered.
I'm the front line.
I'm just messing with you.
I'm also quite good with a bow as well.
No, think you
Yeah.
can shoot better than me?
He outran a god,
Um,
a deity.
I think I can technically outrange you, but you probably do more damage than me.
He's outran a deity before, if that's anything.
Impressive.
I'm very good at hiding.
Same, same. I am too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How good are we talking here?
Hide and seek.
Can I find? Is there anywhere in here that's even remotely like dim lit?
Make a perception check for me.
Just make sure I'm on a normal roll, or do I have a thing where? No, I don't care. Whatever. I can do a normal.
28. Okay, so you see in between these two buildings here, there's a brief sort of dark patch where these two buildings are covering up the light that's coming in, and it's dark enough for you to utilize your skills.
I will proceed into the dim light and become invisible to the naked eye.
Yep, you watch him walk into the shadows, and almost as soon as he does, even with those that have dark vision, he seemingly just vanishes.
That'll
Very
be
cool.
helpful.
And then I come out and just go, boo. And I'm just like, impressive,
So-
right?
That's very cool. Are you actually turning invisible, or are you
No,
just
it's-
like...
I'm not actually turning invisible. It's the fact that I'm literally Bane. I was forged in it, born in the darkness. Like, literally, that's my character. If I'm in any sort of dim light,
He's
I am perceived to be invisible.
Gloomstalker stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Sort of
you
different
would
to
have
mine.
to treat me. You would have to treat me as though I was an invisible target, which means you would have to roll to try and find me.
Yes. So while in darkness, you are invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you in that darkness.
Mine's a little different, and I put my hand on one of the rocks, and my skin sort of shifts until the veins of metal and like rock in my arms change to match the stone floor.
You're a gecko.
Kind of. I also have the ability to pass cast without a trace.
Did you just say pass cast without a trace? I think you just did.
Maybe. I'm very tired. So I'm effectively able to give myself a stealth mod of +20.
Ooh. I think I could do something similar. Oh, Mac, I
I
might
finally
have
have
to
a
get
stealth
back with
buddy.
you. I might have to get back with you later. I think I'm supposed to know a lot of languages, apparently.
Okay. Well,
I think I did it wrong, but I might be wrong. I'll get back with you later about it.
You should take primordial.
I already did.
Yeah.
you did.
Yes.
It's like the
Oh, that's
common
right, you
theme
saw
of
that.
this party.
So, I think I can do a quick calculation. How many? 1, 2.
The only person that doesn't have primordial is me, and I hate everyone.
I think you should have 8. Don't quote me on that though.
Isn't it like every language? Like-
No, there's like 30 plus. Like there's like 40 languages, I think.
All right, so I
but-
want deep speech, infernal.
But so you get 2 from your race, you get 2 from your background. You get 2 from 1 for first level ranger, 1 for 6th level ranger. So that's 6. I think that's all. Yeah, because you haven't taken any feats that give you more languages
Yet.
yet.
Yeah, which I put all the feats and talents and all that crap, the things that are important to know in the, you can see them in the right hand bar, the red things.
I think you should have 6, but we'll sort it out later. But yeah. So Josh, do you want to talk about your character?
Sure. I'll walk up to him and offer a hand as well, and I'll introduce
Take
myself
it.
as Mari. I'm the resident wizard of this group. Pleasure to meet
I
you.
like your hair.
You should see our other 5 Genasi's.
We are quite a predominantly Genasi party, if you'll find it.
I like to think I'm predominantly edgy, but yes.
That works too.
Have you seen what's that comic series where everything is about swords?
Sword
Sword
Art
Art
Online.
Hold on. No.
We said it. This...
Thanks, you owe me 5 gold.
And I suppose just to refresh everyone's memories on what the NPCs look like.
Are you gonna put down all your...
No, the ones with you.
Not
No.
the fish prostitutes.
No.
Well, if we're all getting familiar with each other, I suppose I should introduce my companion. And I
These are the
will
comics I was
just,
on about, by the way.
my guy will literally just, almost just while looking at you, but not, kind of look over his shoulder and say, "Do you want to introduce yourself to them?"
Seemingly appearing out of the in the shadows and is a very unique looking pseudo dragon. One that doesn't seem to resemble a dragon any of you might have seen. You're welcome to make a check to see if you recognize.
I'm gonna try to identify it.
So either make a history
Or
or
Arcana.
a nature check.
Oh, let's make a history check.
Don't worry, they're
I
both
think
-1.
Shut up, Akko. I think they're both +8s for me. Just be quiet.
Holy shit.
Okay, I will do nature check. Agit.
Okay.
Aight.
So
I lived underground, remember, you know?
so only Mori would know this. Mori, you recognize this pseudo dragon to resemble a havoc dragon.
Oh,
And while it doesn't seem to share the size and the notable attributes of a havoc dragon, the style of their wings and the the almost butterfly-like appearance of the wings definitely indicates to you this to be a havoc dragon, and you remember briefly reading that havoc dragons are very rare, and they are known to be dragons that are very adept at planar travel.
Well, now that's not something I've seen. What about it? Okay. Huh.
And the dragon, the pseudo dragon, sort of comes forth and jumps up on top of Sol's shoulder and looks at all of you, and just hear in your heads, "It's nice to meet you. I am
They
Nora."
have Morgan Freeman's voice.
"It's nice to meet you. I am
I can
Nora."
Oh my god, it's Morgan Freeman.
No,
I can
No,
smell
it's
you.
gassy Mexican being Morgan Freeman.
I can smell you.
Every
Okay,
time I
that-
play in a movie, I get a freckle.
So
Ah.
a female voice says to you all, "Hi there, I am Nora. It's a pleasure to meet you all."
I elbow Mori and say you should introduce her to Belle.
Maybe later. Quite processing this right now.
Yes, this is my companion, Nora.
Nice to meet you, Nora.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
She nods her head to you all and sort of briefly scuttles away back into Sol's
Read thoughts.
jacket. What was that?
Can she read thoughts?
Don't worry, Delo, there's not many going through your head to read.
I'm being bullied.
Yes.
Well,
that's-
you are
that's-
-1 intelligence.
That's Mari's job, to bully the party. Okay, so you all has everyone been introduced?
No,
no,
not me.
Aspen,
Yeah.
care to introduce yourself?
Can you take the? How do I do the talking shit?
So check in your newspaper, next to the chat
My
icon.
newspaper? What the fuck? Okay.
Next to the chat icon up top right, looks like a newspaper next to the eye.
I think it's meant to be a character
shit.
sheet.
It's a newspaper.
Oh yeah.
And you just click and drag out your name if you see Aspen there.
I'm retarded.
We all are. Don't worry.
Sorry.
I'm way too retarded.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Sorry, you have an excuse.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'll drag
you
it up for you.
see, no, but that's the suit of armor. Okay. So normally I'm in full plate armor. This is just a special occasion. I am an artificer water genasi. Dolo is my brother. And
Standing
I can't
behind Aspen, I shake my head when she says that.
And I will pour water on you, Dolo. Fuck you.
You didn't see it, I'm behind you.
Yeah, but it's fun to bully you.
Well, very dynamic, very interesting. I do
Yeah,
like
and
the armor,
normal-
but I need something lighter.
Yeah, right now I have a
Needs
chest
something
plate on me.
lighter, says the shadow guy.
Yeah. Right now I have a breastplate on me to get the big boy ranged attack. Because I'm not joking, my plan is to shoot lightning.
I might die.
Very interesting.
Okay. And just for the NPCs that were with them, this is what they look like, just to remind you. So top one is Erassus, middle is Theo, and bottom one is Max.
Oh, the top one's evil, I can tell. I want his crossbow.
You're justifying that he's evil so that you can steal his crossbow?
If that's what it takes.
Well, this guy's obviously evil. Just pulls the gap.
Get no cap.
Okay, so you guys all stand around and idly chit chat. Is there anything particular you want to role play out, or
Yes.
okay?
So do you need some healing for that amount of edge you've got?
No, only
Oh,
when
yeah,
it cuts.
Or with the way you speak,
Maury,
you can cut yourself a lot.
Sorry, Josh, did you see the comics I put in chat?
I did. I read them regularly. I love them.
Ah, very good.
My heavy metal armored friend. I do have a question for you, my friendly neighborhood artificer.
That usually doesn't bode well.
Aspen, he's talking to you.
Hmm?
Have you ever heard of a thing called firearms?
How can you shoot arms?
A
Attaching
I
a
roll a
rocket at the end.
to see
Make
if
a we
I've heard of-
encountered guns.
Yeah, these flex. Oh,
Oh yeah, firearm. Yeah, yeah, I know that. I know that. I literally thought you meant a
so-
spell.
So you've heard of the concept, but you know that they haven't been a thing.
Do I do my Valley Girl or do I not bother?
What was that?
Do I do my Valley Girl? Do I
Ah.
put you guys through that pain?
Please don't.
Entirely up to you.
I'll listen to
your voice
Wacko.
take it?
I'll listen to Wacko. I listen to Wacko. There you go. Yeah, I have indeed heard of firearms. I am quite the master at it myself.
Oh,
Make
are
a
you now?
deception check.
This is gonna be fucking great.
Oh shit, my deception is -1.
Yeah, go for it, sir.
One.
Ah.
So, without rolling, all of us know that she's lying.
Yeah, with passive insight, you guys know Aspen. She's always full of shit. She's even more full of shit right now as she said that.
Wait, okay, so hang on. So Aspen's a girl who's being played
Yeah,
by a
yeah.
guy who gets in
Yeah,
a full
yeah.
suit of armor.
Yeah, that's I'm a trap.
I like this already.
I'm okay with this.
He was first a
Yeah.
crocodile.
Yeah, first I
That's
was a
even better.
min-max steroid crocodile at level 5 was like 20 strength, 18 constitution, and 19 dex. Everything else was 55.
Damn.
The ancient tale of Quizax.
Yeah,
He's
he
still in
fell
a river
asleep.
somewhere.
Somewhere.
So if this character dies, you have to go find him.
No,
Alright.
he'll fall out of the sky.
Yeah.
Good dude.
Honestly,
Wanted
he'd be
to-
kind of handy right now.
Maybe pass
Yeah.
into the water dimension, who knows?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we'll
Bro,
find
if
him
you
here.
would-
Who knows?
If you would be willing to not lie to your future companion and let me know if or when you would be willing to take up the challenge of making said firearms, I could compensate you fairly.
By stealing it.
I do not believe I'm lying.
She's also kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Mentally unstable is.
Well, Mac, would I
That's
really
true.
think I'm lying? Like, honestly.
Well, yeah.
With okay.
Like, the way I view Aspen is that your subconscious, you are completely unattached from your subconscious. Like, the shit you say, is generally false and you make up shit on the spot. And that kind of creeps into your voice and your mannerisms. So when you lie, that shows if you do it poorly.
Wow.
But everything else about you, you believe is just your subconsciousness that you don't talk with much. It it reminds you.
I also like to imagine that if she says a lie enough times, she eventually starts believing it, or at
Possible.
least her subconscious does.
Possible. But
That is called a pathological liar.
I don't want to get into the depths of psychology and psychology mechanics and
And
D&D.
Aspen's head.
Huh.
Anyway,
Of
at this
course, I
point,
can make a firearm.
I'll
I
sit
am
down
the
and
best
start
after
playing with
all.
my new cape.
I will still be
Very
cleaning
fancy.
my sword.
Okay.
I'm gonna show my new cape to Maury.
I think you have enough capes, Dollar.
This one makes smoke.
Oh gosh. I think you have a problem, man.
No, I have a double-sided cloak, and this one is a cape. They're different things.
Whatever it takes to cope, I suppose.
To cloak, not cope.
Okay. I'll slowly back away.
He needs to buy a cloak to cope.
See? Aspen gets it.
Yeah, you're my brother after all.
Oh god,
Moving
it's
on.
spreading.
Soul, Theo comes up to you upon witnessing Nora make her appearance, and she says to you, "Oh my gosh, you have one of them too," and sort of appearing from her neck is a pseudo dragon of her, and the pseudo dragon was sort of wrapped around her neck, just sort of coiled up. It's a what color was it? Can't find the color.
Purple!
I'm just gonna go with. I'm pretty sure it's a green pseudo dragon, but I might have to take that back. But a green pseudo dragon sort of unravels itself from her neck, and she says, "This is Kiri."
Well,
And Kiri just sort of looks at you, and just sort of a small puff of smoke just travels out of his nostrils, and he doesn't say anything to you.
I see. Well,
Yes?
this is Nora, and he just opens up his like cloak jacket and shows her just clinging to him.
How many buckles are on that jacket?
Like 9 at the minimum. No.
Wait, I'm actually quite scared to craft a firearm for him. He could be a school shooter.
Okay, dude.
That is the goal. Time to get back all those kids who said I was edgy.
Yeah,
I'm
you're not
about-
edgy at
I'm
all.
about to prove him right.
Pulls out
Let's go.
musket. Mech, I'll cast Detect Magic, seeing as Casper forgot and disrupted it.
Okay. So, the weapons that the soldiers carry are magically enchanted.
Oh.
All of them. So ranging from tridents to spears to crossbows. Though the spare equipment doesn't seem to have any magical enchantments on them.
You
Some
bastards.
some of the crossbow bolts are enchanted, but the arrows that you took aren't.
Yep.
So I said it's a matter of what's effective underwater, mainly.
Yes. Alright. And then on Sol and the other party members, anything interesting?
His bow is magical.
My amulet.
Your amulet, yes. Your cloak as well. The
I see you're a fan of magical cloaks too.
yes, he has a very similar looking cloak of the manta ray.
Yeah, fair enough.
That has the signature Marvu's makings embroidery on it.
A little more edgy. It's black.
It's
Paid extra for it to be dyed.
It's such a dark purple that it looks black.
Very good. Okay. Oh, so you go.
No, you go. I'm good.
I'll lean over to Sol and say, those crossbow bolts over there are enchanted if you want them. He said we could take whatever we wanted from here.
Well, I appreciate that, my newfound friend. However, as you can see, and he like shows himself off, I have no ammunition.
That doesn't mean you can't use them if they have a cool effect on them, though.
Potentially,
What
but
if they
I don't
make
have
explosives?
a crossbow.
Oh, don't you? Oh, I thought your bow was a crossbow. My bad.
Dolo's perception isn't the highest.
Are there crossbows lying around?
Yeah, there are spare crossbows. Not
Can I see
not
through the
magically
bullshit?
enchanted.
No.
What were you trying to see through?
Are there hand crossbows?
I said, can I see through the bullshit? And I said no.
Hand crossbows? Yeah, there's a few.
Ooh, I'll take a pair of hand crossbows.
Okay. So you've got a
And
pair of,
I'll
hand
take
crossbows.
the enchanted bolts.
Okay. So the crossbow bolts are just a simple +1 to them.
Cool. And is there enough for me to just make my hand crossbow a +1 so that I don't have to try and remember how the bolts are +1?
There are 15 magically enchanted crossbow bolts left. So
Okay, cool.
Yeah, depending on the situation, you might have to take some not enchanted ones. But yeah, when you did that detect magic, you sort of swept around the soldiers, and you could see that like they essentially had all their gear ready and such. Yeah.
Nice.
Max has settled on a spear, and Seo herself has a hand crossbow herself. She's taken a few of the magically enchanted bolts, along with a couple regular ones, and Arasis. I need to bring up his sheet just to remind myself what things he has. Because I don't think he needs to take anything. His allies, Erasmus. Yeah, no, Erasmus is fine. He has Thunder Gauntlets as well.
Oh no.
Okay. So, bit more time passes. The soldiers come up to you lot, introduce themselves, get acquainted, sort of give a.
I'm Soldier 1.
I'm Soldier 3. That guy over there is Soldier 7. We don't talk about him much. Because, you know,
So,
he
for
ate,
the Republic?
he ate Soldier 9.
Ah, I'm gonna.
Wait, is Soldier 7 crocodile?
He is a shark man.
Just remember,
The one
fish
from
are
Suicide
friends,
Squad.
not food.
Yes.
Peacemaker.
Alright, at this point, Dolo has fallen asleep on the grass. Is there grass down here?
It's more so just gravel, sandish dirt.
Perfect. I find a nice, comfy bit of gravel.
I want to splash water on him again. Cause fuck him.
Brother, let's play.
Okay. Alright.
Oh,
I'll see myself out.
Yeah,
Okay.
please do.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
It's for the best.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Okay, and
There are some ancestral vibes here, but not that much.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
Inshallah.
we're just getting started.
Yeah.
Okay, so time passes and eventually the captain comes back. And you can see with him by his side is a Triton in a black tunic that seems to have a breastplate strapped on top of it, and company's by his side, and the captain has his equipment on as well as some other fancy gimmicks. If you still got your, I'll say you can cast Detect Magic again, and you'll see that his gear is pretty well enchanted, along with the person accompanying him.
Very good.
And the captain, as he approaches, the men sort of gather up and get into a formation of sorts. And he says, "At ease, men. I see you all well equipped for the journey ahead. Have you made acquaintances with the adventurers here?" They'll say in response, "Yes, sir." Very good. Now you all know the risk that's about to take place. And I just want to remind you, stick close, don't fan too far apart. While they are beasts, they seem to be under some sort of enchantment that gives them enhanced intelligence.
I want to put up my hand, like, you know, when you're
Yep.
in class and waiting for the teacher.
Yep. The captain looks towards you.
So I have a question. Where did we leave the lightning? You know, no lightning, all lightning, some lightning. You know.
Lightning's very dangerous to utilize underwater. It has backfired in the past against us, so we do not like using it. However, if you consider yourself adept at utilizing it and you do not harm your allies or my men, then feel free to use it.
Okay, so I have an idea. I go like 20 feet before you guys and I just start blasting.
So, anyways, it started blast.
The roof of the city. There's now a leak.
Shit.
You will not have to play. Wow, I cannot speak. I'm gonna just not continue that.
Alright. Coolio. And the captain whispers into the man next to him, and you see him join the soldiers in front, and the captain turns to you all and says, I take it you're all well equipped and ready to venture out?
What does he say when he just sees me with a bow and no ammo?
He saw you do that shot you did earlier with the when you showed up.
Okay.
Yeah. He knows you have magical ammunition, and he would have asked you about your skill set when you signed up for this, so
Have edge arrows.
yeah, he says unique.
Indeed.
Indeed.
So are we all ready?
Ready as ever.
Alright. Stay close to us. We will mainly be using the tides to carry us to the hunting grounds. Try not to get left behind.
You know, Captain,
Yes?
I have some skills in scouting. Perhaps I could give us an advantage by seeing what we're getting into beforehand.
Yes.
I can go
Such
with him.
as
Yeah.
such as positioning, changes and movement. Anything that can give us an edge.
It's all about that edge.
That
I'm so glad you picked up on that.
yes, you did mention something like that. Yes, I suppose those skills will be of use to us. You can go into Squadron C and points to a few men, and says, make sure you get well acquainted with them. They'll give you a briefing on how we usually run things. Oh, and that reminds me, you all wouldn't have these. And he sort of reaches into his pocket and he pulls out an assortment of these magical beads of sorts. And he takes one and he sort of slots it into his ear and says, take one and pop it into your ear. This will allow us to communicate underwater. And you
I
see,
grab one and I feel my ear. I'm like, will that fit?
Does Lucio have ears?
he does. And so Lucia, you take it and you try and it is bigger than your ear, but you sort of try and sort of slot it in and force it, and you can feel the bead sort of shrink down as it goes in, and it's placed nicely in your ear. Very snug fit, so to say. Little bit of an odd feeling, but you sort of shake your head a little bit and you can feel that it's not going to fall out. And you see the soldiers are putting in their beads into one of their ears, and Captain says, the way these work, you simply look towards the person you are trying to communicate with, or think of them, and you will be able to communicate with them, though it is only one person at a time.
How long is the range?
It is 200 feet.
God, Dollar's is gonna get a headache because all Aspen's gonna do is just say, "Hey, Dollar, hey, Dollar, hey, Dollar."
Alright, I take it and put it in my ear.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
Yeah. Okay, so you all have.
I immediately look at one of the random soldiers and say, in my head, "You smell like fish,"
The
and then look away so he doesn't know who said it.
well, the soldier hears this, and he looks towards his fellow allies, and he's just a bit clueless as to who said that, and he looks towards the you all.
I waved him.
Gives you a stink eye.
Aspen likes the smell of fish.
Flirts with a guy, he's like, "You bitch."
Okay, so you all sorry, I'm just looking at something. So the okay, so you all slot the pearls into your ears, and you give the telepathy a little test run, and works flawlessly. And the captain leads you all out and down towards this area here.
I did not see a ping. Oh, down there. I gotcha.
Yeah. And sort of stepping through, so you come through to this tunnel of sorts, and you can see on the standing by the end of the tunnel towards the vast open sea are two guards, and as you approach them, they take the they have like a little little glass ball of sorts, and on either side of the walkway, and the captain walks through, and you watch the orbs just sort of glow a blue color for a moment, and then go back down. And as more soldiers sort of walk through, the balls keep on flashing, and as you all walk through, you can see. You don't actually see. You feel the pearl in your ear go warm for a second as you sort of walk past the two orbs, and you walk through what looked like a barrier that was holding the water back. You just seemingly just walk through it, and
Oh, so now we're floating in water.
yes.
I will activate my hat.
Yep. So,
I turned into a motorboat.
He's a druid.
yep. So you did see that Sol did put a small cap of water breathing on Nora. and CO merely bamps Kiri into a pocket dimension. And yeah, the Max CO and Erastus, they put on their associated gear. And yeah. The captain sort of begins to swim down a little, and you follow behind, and you can see just sort of all of a sudden he gets swept away almost in a current as he just begins to travel out into the open ocean.
Are there some Australian sea turtles in there?
Make a perception check.
Wait, is he willingly doing that, or?
You're not sure. It looked like he just went into a
20.
current 20. You do see sea life around.
Was that roll also good enough for me to tell what happened to the captain?
Yeah, so no turtles, unfortunately, but
Damn.
the captain, you can see he went into the this current. You can't really see the current, but as you get closer to it, you can definitely feel the tug of it, the pull, and you saw as he went into it, his body just sort of, he's swimming with the current almost, and he seems to be willingly doing it. And his men follow behind him, just sort of going off at a relatively faster speed. Best you can gauge.
I don't want to be left behind, so I'm going quick.
Yeah, best you can
Yeah.
gauge is about like 120 feet per round per 6 seconds.
Damn.
Yep. I will also do that.
Yeah, so
I think I'm the slowest swimmer here, so I will crack on.
well, even though you're not really trying to sort of swim, Dolly, you are keeping up with everyone. It seems that the current is doing like 99% of the work for you. So
Score.
yeah, you guys continue. Nora says to you, Sol, this is an unusual experience, I must say.
What, never been underwater before, Nora?
Not in a current as powerful as this, no. It's quite...
What do you make of it?
It's quite exhilarating. I feel it's a similar feeling to flying. Kind of. It's hard to explain, but
Well,
it feels
maybe
nice.
one day I'll be able to fly.
Well, you can keep dreaming.
The idea of it
Keep
just sounds
dreaming,
so
Buster.
familiar to me.
She goes quiet and says, well, I guess only time will tell.
Possibly.
Though I don't think I've heard of many rangers flying.
Yeah, you just haven't seen the ones with feather fall yet.
That's not flying.
All right,
that's
Buzz
falling
Lightyear.
That's falling with style. So, you guys go in this current for about, I would say, 45 minutes. And
My God, what the hell?
yeah, the plane of water is infinitely massive. So
Well, it's like the ocean, so I would hope so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is a short trip.
Mhm.
So, as you all okay. So, as you all follow this current, the captain sort of looks back to all of you, and sort of one at a time, he says, "Get ready to swim out of the current. You have items that will help you with that. It should be an easy task for you all." And as you begin to swim, get carried by the current further, you do start to notice, sort of off in the distance, a bit of rocky terrain with mounds of different kinds of coral and sea life sprouting out from it. You see numerous amounts of fish, whether they're real or drawn with Roll20 drawing tools. And the captain sort of raises his hand and gives a signal countdown of 3, 2, 1, and then he dives down to the right, and the soldiers follow, and you all follow after him, and swim down to the depths. You don't feel any water pressure, surprisingly. It just remains consistent throughout the entire course of your journey. Even though you feel like you're going deeper, you should get crushed by all this water, there's no such feeling. And eventually you do find somewhat of a patch of more so like a sticking out from some of the pillars of rock that are sort of shooting up. There's a large sort of area, probably like 500 by 500 feet, where it's just a mass swarm of coral and fishes and all sorts of other creatures. And as the captain is swimming down towards this, he says to the group you're in, Sol, to split off and scout ahead, and the men who are with you, they signal to you to follow them, and they go.
Do so.
They sort of go up and over the area, while the captain sort of begins to slow down and tells you all to keep an eye out, but remain in wait.
Okay.
So, Sol, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Ready?
Very nice. Okay, so looking down at this area, the water is very clear, so you can see well far beyond what you thought you would be able to. So you look down at this area, and taking in the life that's moving around, and sort of these strange glowing, look to be like mushrooms of sort that are growing on the sides of some coral that you see some fish sort of munching on. You see what looks like a humanoid, or rather several, swimming around throughout the sort of going over to these types of food along with some others and just beginning to harvest of sorts, and the fish sort of scatter away. Make a. Actually, you don't need to. The soldiers with you look to you and say, "Those creatures right there, those sirens. Though there's should be more."
Can I use survival to see any change in the environment where more of them could have gone?
Sure.
I get advantage on survival checks. I gotta look.
Is it in your favored terrain?
No, I've never played ranger, so I'm just looking on my
Then,
stuff.
If you are not, if one of your favored terrains isn't, for this, I would say, I'd probably say coast. So if coast isn't a favored terrain, then don't apply advantage. So survival 20.
It's not, but I can use knowledge from a past life,
Okay.
and when I make an ability check that uses a skill, I can roll a d6 immediately after seeing the number on the d20 and add the d6 to it.
Go ahead, do that.
23.
23. Okay. Alright, so looking around and zooming just a tad closer. Well, you don't see any tracks, obviously. Just based on the general direction of where the few sirens that you saw come from.
Mm-hmm.
You do know which direction they are coming from, and just so after a few minutes go by, one of the soldiers that was with you went back and swam in the vicinity of the captain to give the current status of the situation. And sort of like a chain link is happening where two guards and you are sort of looking, observing. One of them is relaying to a guard, and that guard is relaying to another guard, which is relaying to the captain. It's like a daisy chain type chain link. And
Well, I relay this information.
yeah. And lost my train of thought. You see where they're coming from. And you can see where they're sort of taking this harvested food. It's in that same direction which they came from. So sort of one swims up and sort of kind of claws at the mushroom, and it seems to do it in not like a ravager type style, but more so just sort of dig the claws into the back of the mushroom, just sort of peel it off type thing. And then gets like 3 or 4 of them, and then begins to swim back the direction they came. And where was it? And that's continuing on for a little bit. You do see more sirens begin to appear. Now there seems to be about 10 in 13 in total. but it just seems like more keep on coming. And you also see that some of them do have some sea life accompanying them, some sharks, along with what look like these where is it? This sort of large-sized serpent is accompanying a siren that looks to be a little bit larger than the others, and this serpent is sort of accompanying by her side. And trailing behind her is a very large shark, larger than the ones before. It'd be a gargantuan size, kind of like Jaws when you think about it. And you do also see a few shifts in the surrounding water where the water is a bit more tinted blue, and you can make that out to be some water elementals that seem to be doing the same sort of job. They seem to be sort of hacking away at the mushrooms and the other food and sort of collecting them up and delivering them off to the route which they seem to be going in.
Yeah, there's a small army here.
Can I get you all to make stealth checks for me?
Can I ask for advantage?
What, for the dimly lit thing?
Yes.
Um,
That, and I'm assuming we're in an area that has a lot of obstruction. We're not just in the middle of the water looking at them.
Yeah, no, you would be. You would have taken refuge sort of above and behind the pillars, while the rest of the group would be like a couple 100 feet away. So yeah, you can have advantage.
Damn, I need that advantage.
Okay. So I'm just going to roll some dice.
And you know what? To really be invisible. A 30.
Nice. Okay, so I just need to check some modifiers. Okay.
Like a group average kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm going to do a group average for you guys. So let me bust out my calculator. So 21 plus 27 plus 13 plus 5. Okay. All right. Okay. So about 7 minutes go by, and the you've gotten your group has gotten a message to circle around and attack from the opposing side from which we came.
Mm-hmm.
And so you and your group do that, just carefully maneuvering your way around. And also said, we will be coming in from the front. We'll create a distraction, ambush them on an off angle. And so the captain signals to the rest of you, we're moving up, take it nice and slow.
Has he sort of indicated how close we're going to be when the stealth gets dropped and we rush?
He says about 100 feet.
Oh fuck.
What the hell of a charge? I'm staying in the back though, being a sniper. I will be
Nick, would
160
there be
feet.
Like it is a relatively open area, which
I was
the
just
sides
gonna
of
ask
the
if
there
beaches
was
are.
any covered areas I could use to try and get closer?
It's. I mean, you could potentially just try and blend in with the very.
My cloak is currently blue.
Yeah, you could try blend in with some of
Um,
the coral, but might not work. But we'll see.
Mac,
Yeah.
I will take an action and put on my my full plate.
Okay.
And of course, making the reason I can do it in one action is because I make it magic armor.
Yeah, I know. Yep, that's
I was
fine.
about to say, like, donning on full plate's like 10 fucking minutes.
Benefits
Welcome to the
benefits
artifacts.
of being an armorer.
Yeah.
Mech,
That was
are there
like-
any very large fish swimming past?
Well, I'll
This is your plan?
I'll finish what I was going to say. So
Okay, you go.
you guys begin to swim up and carefully making your way around the pillars and such. And by this point, you guys have made your approach. There's now. You've only seen about 15 or so sirens come and go, accommodated by some sharks, and also there's that one larger siren with the sea serpent and gargantuan sized shark behind her that has now departed and sort of gone back the way they came, carrying some supplies. And yeah, so you've made your way to sort of the open area just on the outskirts of it. And you can see that some of the sharks are sort of patrolling the area, just sort of swimming around. You guys take cover and avoid the sight of the shark. And the captain turns to the few spellcasters in the of his men and says, I think it's about time we create a distraction. Plan is to single out the sirens one by one, watch the flanks for the sharks, and we take back this area before the big threats come in. Are we all ready?
Yes, indeedy.
Yeah. He relays that to the guard and on the daisy chain link up to your group, Sol, and he says similar sort of thing, getting ready to make our move, be ready to strike, taking out the sirens. Okay. So this upcoming part is just going to be cinematic combat. You guys essentially describe what you're doing. If it's too insane or crazy, I might get you to roll, but generally speaking, it's just going to be stuff like that, alright? Okay, so the casters behind you they what spells did I have on them again? That's right. So you watch as the water inside, well, sort of surrounding parts of the where the sirens are, you watch it begin to shift and twirl in a vortex type of scenario as the casters reach out and cast control water, just disrupting the entire area. And the other soldiers that were with the main group begin to swim forth, and while that sort of disruption and in the water is being caused, they swim forth, and you see about 3 of them gang up on a shark each and just sort of impale with the spears and tridents that they have, sort of knocking him out in one blow, and that goes around for a few other sharks. What are you guys doing?
I guess I'm going in with the captain if he went in.
Yeah, he's going in as well. He's sort of leading the charge.
I'm drawing my fiendish longsword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm also gonna charge.
Okay.
That will be
What
providing
seems to be the sort of
support.
what's the siren's reaction to this happening?
Well, this is like a general sort of surprise factor encounter right now. I'll tell you how they react when you tell me
All
what
right.
you are doing.
Can I like get in most of the way to the fight and then try and hide amongst the mushrooms?
Sure. Make a... Mushrooms aren't too big, so just make a stealth check with disadvantage.
I have advantage because of my cloak, so breaks
cancels
even.
out. Yeah.
23.
23. Alright, so you sort of swim over. You get just before the point of the disruption with the control water, and you sort of shift off to the side onto one of the sort of coral where this mushroom is growing, and you just sort of tuck yourself into a ball to hide as much of yourself as you can for a little bit. You think you're pretty well hidden. Josh?
I'll be staying at a nice distance, preferably by some cover if possible.
Yep.
And I'll be ready to prepare some backup, and also try not to hit a friendly.
Okay, sounds good. Alright, you watch as CO is sort of standing nearby, about 30 feet away from you, and you see that she is firing forth some spells towards the stray sort of stragglers that are trying to get away. Max and Erasmus have sort of swum up with the main group, and yeah, they're just sort of tearing through what they can, and the once the main sort of staggered forces around the outskirts that were sort of scouting and trying to secure the area have all been killed, there's a bit of blood in the water that slowly begins to fade away over time, almost like it's just disappearing into the water. You see the other sirens stand guard. Their cries begin to sort of pierce through the depths of the water, and sort of shakes you all for a little. But with the disruption caused by the vortex in the water, it seems to be putting taking a bit of the edge off from the siren's screams. So you remain relatively unaffected. The captain signals for a further push, flanking from either side, getting around the vortex, taking out those in the back. And about like 9 or so sirens are stuck in that vortex, with the others beginning to try and swim away. But Sol and the men with you, you take aim and fire some
Are
shots.
they fighting back?
Doesn't seem like it, no.
I'm going to stay my hand.
Okay.
If they are not fighting back, then I am not shooting them, especially if they are a fleeing enemy.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck. His name was Mark.
We
I'm
need
getting
their
him.
tears, so we need to murder them.
Meg, do any swim over me?
What was that?
Do any swim near me?
Yes. A few swim near you, and you sort of dart out and quickly slash at their guts and throat with your short swords.
Awesome.
That goes on, and then the captain messages the casters to drop the vortex. We take out the rest, and sort of stands around, signals those that are nearby to get ready to advance further in. And so the vortex stops. The water's still a little bit disrupted, but it soon softens out. You can see the sirens inside are very disorientated, and they try and retaliate by slashing at those who approach with their claws, but they're too disorientated, and it sort of happens too fast for them to react, and they all get cut down by the soldiers and men. And once all of them are deceased, the captain says, sort of without missing a beat, "Stay on guard. There's more coming."
How long do their tears last?
"Worry about that later. Get into position over there and there." And he sort of signals towards 2 different flanking angles, sort of high up on some rock pillars.
Is he saying more coming, as in they're not back here yet? Kind of like we're waiting in their home for them?
Make an insight.
Alright.
13. Yeah, like you're supposedly in their territory, so, and you did see.
I mean, is this like are we basically an assassin waiting for a family to get home? Is that the situation? Or I'm just trying to get a
pretty
feel
sure
of the land. Since
this is
I don't-
like an expedition from them out to collect food.
Well, it just
Because
made
they were
it sound
they were
like
harvesting
we
food and then
took
taking it
their
away somewhere.
house.
Yeah, so so just recalling back to the mission was to retake this hunting ground back from when it was taken from the City of Glass. You're asking about if we're sort of setting up like assassins in wait,
Yes,
Uh,
is that what's happening? Is he gonna sit here and wait for them to just wander? The people that don't know that this just happened.
with that insight, you got a hunch it's like that. You're not entirely sure.
Hang on, I have one last D6 for this. Damn it.
I'm gonna add Flash of Genius on that, so you're +5.
He's out of range for your flash of genius. Sorry.
I encourage
As
him
long as I
verbally,
see him.
saying,
Is it as long as you see him? I'm pretty sure it's got a range of 60 feet.
Oh yeah, no, 30. Yeah, I thought it was as long as I could see them. But
Okay. So yeah,
You said you inspired me though.
no.
I'm not a bard, I'm just being like, hey,
Yeah,
I can totally
Oh,
kinda
you
think
dick.
about something here. You're doing good.
yeah,
I'm proud of you.
Good
he
job,
did
guy.
verbal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got a hunch it's like that, but you're not entirely sure.
Did any of the sirens end up getting away?
No, you all managed to quickly dispatch them with that takedown, but the captain and the rest of his men have not let their guard down, and they are taking up further positions.
Now with my vantage point I had, pretty much looking over this field of death, did any of them actually fight back? Like, did they retaliate, or was it immediately to flee?
So,
Like, was this a slaughter or was this a fight?
this was a fight that couldn't have been won due to the surprise factor. So, the sirens, with the brief sort of rundown you got from the captain, the sirens, they use their shrieks to ward off enemies, and it can also be quite deadly. And when there was soldiers going for the sirens, they did try to fight back, and then once the other sirens saw the state of the fight, they tried to flee.
Okay. So this wasn't like a village of people getting attacked trying to run. Like,
No, not from what you can tell.
did it look like innocent people were just being murdered?
You're not quite sure. But
Mm.
based on what the sirens did and the overall advantage you guys had in that brief fight, you could tell that you guys just had the upper hand. You had the surprise factor.
Mm.
And so, anyone want to talk or do anything in particular before the sort of next stage happens?
I'm gonna see if I can
Um,
get a tier.
Okay.
I'll, the sharks are quite large, aren't they?
Yeah,
The ones we killed.
the
I'd like to ask the captain which direction they'll be coming from.
he gestures towards the direction they have been coming from.
Okay, I'll drag one of the shark bodies over to sort of that side of where the fight will take place and hide inside it.
Oh,
Are those water elementals still alive?
The water elementals, they seemingly dispersed upon the arrival of you guys. So they seemingly just fled.
Are there any? Never mind.
Okay, so hiding in a shark. Make a for the fun of it, make a dexterity check Just to
Dex
see.
check. Is that acrobatics or straight dexterity?
Just dexterity.
$22.
Okay, yeah, you get yourself nice and cozy, we'll say.
It's a very comfy shark.
It's a very illegal sleeping bag.
Sleeping bag.
It's a very interesting plan. I'm not sure where this is going.
Alright. So, some of the guards look a little perplexed by your approach to this, but you're somewhat in position, so it's not too big of an issue.
Well, we have backup plans and things go quite awry.
Okay. So everyone make another perception check for me.
Okie dokie.
What are we doing, sir?
Perception check.
Am I still going to be able to get that tier?
Oh yeah, the tier. So make a make a wisdom check for me. D20 plus wisdom modifier.
Ow.
Yeah, you're not quite sure how to go about this, getting a tier.
Okay, well,
considering
I'll just
it's a
ignore it
den,
and
yeah.
get my sword and get back into position and roll that perception.
Yep.
Ow. I cannot see in this water. I'm not used to seeing water.
You got a bit of blood in your eye.
Yeah, I kind of charged in, didn't I?
Ah, there's water in my eye.
I got a 21.
Okay. Let me roll for NPCs. Nope. Nope. Okay. So, you're all approaching and sort of you all approach your stations, and Sol, you see it first. You do see another group of sirens come towards you all. Sort of continuing down the path that they're going is sort of through the midst of some coral, some sort of I don't know coral terms, but it's sort of imagine the coral is like sort of tall grass almost, and they're sort of swimming through it type thing. So yeah, so you see them sort of enter that coral just at the very edge of your vision, and they begin swimming through. You see about 6 more sirens. One of them being the larger siren, accompanied with the sea serpent. There's no sign of that giant shark. So, continuing on, they come through, and they get out into that. They see the open area, and they see the sort of the bodies laying before them, and that's when the commander sort of gives a signal to strike. And so his men sort of leap out from their positions and begin to pierce the sirens' bodies. The larger siren sort of reacts to the captain and manages to sort of... The water seems to almost just sort of distort and move around the large siren's hand as just a wave of force just knocks him and a couple of his men away, but the sheer numbers advantage is just too much, and then some more spears and tridents just pierce them from all sides. The sea serpent, sort of seeing all this, begins to swivel around in a very snake-like fashion, dodging majority of the strikes the soldiers try and make towards it. Sort of knocks away and bites at a few of the men, tearing off parts of their armor. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna try and launch a level 2 guiding bolt at the serpent.
Sure. Roll to hit.
Oh,
Roll to hit. Oh, that is zoom in, not next page.
Are they defending themselves, or are they trying to kill them?
+7, and that is
Who are you talking about?
The sirens.
They are well. Initially, from the surprise, they try to defend themselves, and then in retaliation, they try and attack back.
This is sus as fuck.
anyway. 24 for the hit.
Yeah, that hits.
So if it helps, we have observed these. Well, we've researched these creatures to be on the alignment evil.
They are?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That does help.
There you go. 21 on the serpent.
Yeah. Okay, so you let forth the guiding bolt, and as it's sort of going down to strike towards one of the guards, the guiding bolt sort of slams into the side of its body and sort of knocks it off its course, sends it swiveling about towards the some rocky terrain. What's you see
I'll emerge from my amazing hiding spot into their back lines. Take them from behind.
okay,
I'll
just make another dexterity check for me.
Are you worried about these teeth?
Yes.
By the way, Mac, after I do shoot the guiding bolt, I do run in with my sword. Run in, swim in. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You take 2 piercing damage as the claw marks just sort of drag against some of your skin as you try
God
to
damn it.
try to weasel your way out.
Can't be a weasel forever, Ben.
Actually, I have a special fighting style specifically for weaseling, so screw you.
You can't weasel forever.
Watch him.
Proceeds to weasel away.
I believe in the weasel.
Thank you.
Okay.
Out of
and,
curiosity, Mac,
yeah.
how many people are surrounding the serpent?
Okay, so the serpent got
And how close?
Yeah, so the serpent got knocked back, but there's like a couple of the guards got dispersed. There's about 10 of the soldiers at the ready, alongside Dolo, Luciu, and the captain. Max as well is also there.
I'll be back.
Yep. They're sort of cornering it, so taking it from all angles. And as you sort of go into the dollar, as you sort of go into strike it alongside Max, the sea serpent sort of bats away Max with its tail, just sort of sending him back flying a little. But Dollar, you managed to get a strike in towards it, sort of cleaving down against its the side of its body.
Is Max looking okay?
Yeah, he's looking fine. It was just a sort of a tail slap to the gut. There's like, get the fuck away from me type thing.
Fair. If
Um,
it looks like this serpent's going to be the big issue, I'll go for it.
Yeah. So you go and you slice down against it, and its body sort of wraps around and tries to bite down towards you. But with your Earth Genasi like reflexes, you see it coming and you just sort of parry off its. You sort of knock it in the side of its the underside of its jaw with the backside of your sword, and it just sort of knocks it away, and it begins to swim past you. And Mari watches Seo and Arasis. They let forth some forms of magic towards the beast, and they slam into the side of it. Aspen and Mori, you sort of do the same.
Wondering on just wondering on the friendly fire capabilities of launching a lightning ball at that. Kind of want to. Might kill Dolo in the process by accident.
How far away is the serpent?
You're within 60 feet of it.
Yep, I want to make my way up to it.
Yeah.
So I want to use my action to dash as well. So I'm right on top of it, or next to it.
Yeah, okay. Well, as I said, this is sort of like cinematic combat actions, and all that stuff is just sort of relevant as long as you're not doing so many things at once. Like, it's generally fine. So what are you trying to do?
I want to smack Wacko. No, I want to smack the serpent.
Okay, yeah. So you swim up towards it as it's sort of beginning to flee away from Dolo as it just tried to strike towards him. The spells from Co and Arasis alongside Mori. Are you doing any spells?
Oh yeah, I'm shooting the crap out of it.
Yeah. So you're just blasting it, and it sort of deters it and sort of clouds its vision as it closes its eyes, just to shield its eyes from the blows and the impacts. And Aspen, you sort of come in underneath it and just give it a good old fucking whack in its stomach, just the underside of its body. And I'm assuming you're hitting it with your lightning gauntlets or thunder gauntlets. Aspen? I assume you are hitting it with your thunder gauntlets, correct?
Yep, I have no other weapons.
Yeah, so you just deliver a nice uppercut into its into the underside of its body, and you hear the faint sort of shrieks and cries out from the serpent as it strikes towards you, Aspen, but it can't seem to penetrate through your thick armor, and it's pelted down a bit more, blasted with spells, attacked with swords and such, and it falls down just dead, and just its body just begins to slowly just sort of drift in the open waters.
I looked at Dolo and telepathically said, whatever this fiend did to the sword, it does a lot.
Isn't that the evil one that we know is evil?
It was from the red one? It wasn't res-
The-
I'm not using
yeah.
red
Evo.
sword.
I want to look towards Dolo and just say, this is a bit fishy, isn't it? Kinda too easy.
Comment.
No, but I mean, like, actually, no pun intended. Like, isn't this a bit too easy?
Mm,
Well, you've jinxed us.
I don't think you
so-
should complain about it. By the way, Meg, did you want to have a break at some point?
Yeah, I was gonna call one right now. I just
Ah,
wanted to
I have such good
I
timing.
just wanted to let you guys do your roleplay things.
Look, it does seem a little too easy, but we have caught them by surprise, and I imagine they will figure out what's going on, and things will get tough. So,
Don't worry, I have a plan in case things go wrong.
are you gonna dimension door us?
No, I'm gonna turn someone into a young bronze dragon.
Hey, can that be
Yeah, that
me?
works. You are the most useless without being turned into a dragon.
I'm the most useful. Because if I get turned into a dragon, your magic won't work anymore, and you will drown. Same with Mori, bitches. I'm keeping you guys alive.
Is that true, Meg? If
Yeah.
Aspen goes unconscious, do we just immediately
No,
drown?
no. If I go unconscious, but if he turns me into something else, then my artificer won't work anymore.
Well, it's a good job we found out that about now, you know?
Yeah.
Alright,
So,
I have to go to the bathroom.
rubbish.
So, 5-minute break.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, good to go. So, you said, are we going to wait? Commander says there's more out there. I think we should continue onward, following the path that they came from.
Before we leave, can you give me some tears, please?
Ah, yes, right. Yeah.
We're helping you kill these things, and my party and I need some tears.
Yes. No, that's right. I got sidetracked. He heads over to the bodies and says, I cannot get tears here. We will need to take their corpses back to the city and extract them that way.
How long does a corpse last in a bag of holding?
I'm inside checking.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, it's probably about the same as normal. It might, due to the, no, I'd say it'd decompose about the about the same as if it was just out in the open. Because the body doesn't really take in the oxygen, so I'd say it'd decompose about the same rate.
Okay.
So
If that's the case-
I'll just quickly do the insight. What were you inciting?
Seeing if he's being 100% with us, if he's gonna give the party these tears, and if he really needs the bodies to obtain tears.
He's being truthful in that regard.
There you go. Well, just to be 100%, I'm gonna cast 2 level 2s worth of Gentle Repose.
Okay.
It prevents a corpse from
yes.
decaying.
Okay, yep. Alright, you can do that.
I'll cast 2 of them on 2 bodies and then shove them in my bag of holding.
So you...
If I need to, I'll move over some stuff from another bag to fit them both in.
it should be fine. I trust you to organize your bags of holding.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't. I don't know what that means.
Well, basically,
Oh.
I put it on one of my side notes, and it's just one whole bag that can hold 1,000 pounds.
So with
Sorry.
the job we were given, this clearing the sirens out, did they ever get into detail of how they took the hunting grounds, why they wanted it?
They in the notice, there wasn't in the notice, but in the briefing, the captain told you that the sirens, along with other sea life, essentially banded together, seemingly out of nowhere. They haven't done anything like that in hundreds of years. They seemingly just banded together out of nowhere, and using sheer numbers, like well into the hundreds, they just took back this hunting ground.
Took back. What do they mean by take back the hunting ground?
Or like fully take it over type thing.
Yeah, they had it first, then
Well, where the
Hello.
it was more so like just a standard place in nature, you know. Think of it as a forest full of different fruit trees. Like there could be different animals that feed off the apples and such. And you know, humans coexist alongside that, and you know, take apples or oranges when needed, and stays
So
relatively peaceful.
they're summing this up to nature retaliating against societal means.
Yeah, seemingly.
What is
Well, don't they
the
also think that something is controlling the creatures?
Well, yeah, there was that as well. They
Yeah.
did chalk up the possibility that something is potentially controlling them, because they move together in a large group. They have sort of advanced intelligence.
Well, we can.
They've become a hive mind.
I was gonna say we can rule that out because they would have known we've been here.
Well, we can rule out that it's a hive mind. We can't rule out that they're being given orders that they can't
That's
refuse.
what I'm agreeing with you. We can rule out
Yeah.
it's not a hive mind, not anything else.
It's not illicits.
What is the strategic value of this hunting ground for the City of
Mushrooms.
Glass?
Are you asking the captain that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, he says, due to the vastness of the plane of water, this here, let me show you. Keep
let me show you the world.
Keep watch for a moment, man. And he sort of begins to swim over towards the rock pillars and such, and he sort of puts on display the mass amounts of life growing there. The ecosystem of the plane of water is 90% all of this, and the ecosystem of this is probably can't even be calculated into the vastness of the plane of water. It is infinitely massive.
Wow, you're basically being told you have a small brain.
And while we could search for another hunting ground, it there's just... This is the closest one to the city. And by figuring out the root cause of the disruption of why the creatures are acting up like they are, we may be able to return it to its former balance. So putting aside the fact that it is convenient for the city, it is convenient for the life here as well. As all life is connected throughout the waters.
So the water's a hive mind.
Well,
Captain, I can understand and respect what's going on. However, I definitely understand you are in the mix of things when it comes down to the fight, and you don't get a outside perspective like someone of my class would, because I am someone who lingers in the distance and does what I do. But respectfully, perhaps you could brief and instill your men not to slaughter fleeing opponents. If they are running, it's because they no longer wish to fight. And if they regroup, well, so be it. Your men have proven more than capable to handle some creatures that have chosen that path. Don't get me wrong, I'm here to do the job, and I will. But I'm expressing my verbal distaste for the situation we're in.
Well, I can respect that mindset. However, the last time we let them get away, it didn't send a message. In fact, it only strengthened them. They knew our tactics. They adapted. And when we tried to forage here, thinking that we had driven them away, they ambushed us and killed many of my men. So, while I do not want to kill these creatures, I do what I must, because we have tried reasoning with them, we have tried giving them a way out, but something is going on that is influencing them. I don't have any definitive proof of that. It is just my gut instinct telling me that. Based on me living in this plane for as long as I have.
Well, someone's instincts and gut typically mean more than what we think. But let's say you're right. They are being influenced by something. Would you rather do the easy path and slaughter innocent? Or would you rather do the path most stray from, the hard path, and spare those who flee for the chance that your gut is correct? That this is not exactly a choice for them.
But what's to tell that they don't just get killed if they run away?
It's better on someone else's hands than our own.
And technically, this conversation is happening telepathically.
Oh. My
Yeah, it's all right.
But I mean, that's what my guy would say though
Yeah,
to
no,
that.
that's fine.
It's better than someone else doing the dirty work than us dropping our ethics and morals to do it. Because my guy just he has no problem killing, murdering, whatever. It's the fact that because everyone's responsible for their own choices.
Yeah.
That you have to live with that, but when it's the innocent people he would find discomfort with killing if it's
Yeah.
something they didn't want or they shouldn't even be there but are. That's where it's a problem.
Yeah. And the captain would say back to you, as I said, I do not take glory in killing the innocent life. If my gut is correct and they are being controlled, then I will atone for taking those innocent lives later. But as for right now, I have a job to do. I have a mission to ensure the prosperity of the city. And I'm employing all of you to aid me in that regard.
Don't worry. I will do the job and see it through. I just wanted to express my distaste.
It has been heard and taken under consideration. He looks towards all of you and looks towards his men, just checking up. You can see they're patching up a few of their wounds from the serpent. And he says to you all, this isn't over yet. Be on guard. Take a few moments to patch up, catch your breath. Sol, will you head with the others to just scout up ahead, see if any more are incoming?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
I'll follow with him.
Lucio, I don't want to say you're not stealthy, but
You clank like a motherfucker.
I'm swimming. What clanking is that?
you know noise travels like 30 times more effectively in water.
Well, then you go with them.
I'm happy to.
I
If
just
you
want
would
everyone
like.
to know I got that solid 30 stealth.
Don't worry, Ben's pretty close.
I just appear from the water like you're coming.
If I use my passive trace, I can hit a 40, but I don't want to waste that. It's once per day.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. If only you had someone who could cast it more than one.
Welcome to the one class that has it.
You see, I'm not a spellcaster. I have 3 spells.
And they're all racial.
No, I got a new one because I have an item. I can now cast Dimension Door
Oh,
once
yeah,
per
that's
day.
right. You've got that cloak or something?
The Cape of the Mountebank, yes.
That's right. Okay.
Alright, I will join the scout party.
Alright, so continue on.
I will join as well, so they have front line.
Aren't you in full plate?
Yeah, so they have front line.
We just told,
Oh, I can't
told
go,
Lucy
but
not
that's
to join
okay.
us because
Oh,
we want
no.
stealth.
Oh, you wanted stealth. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, stealth.
we're not taking a fight, we're just scouting.
Okay, I thought you were taking a fight.
Okay, so Dolo and Sol are heading towards the front line with the scouting crew. Okay, so continue on. You swim for a moment and sort of navigate your way through some of the coral around pillars. Make a perception check for me, both of you.
I am the eye.
Very nice. Okay.
I am the beholder.
Alright.
Oh god, kill him.
Oh, mine's actually meant to be a +2, so mine's only a 19.
19. Alright.
Oh, no dirty 20. Disappointed.
Okay, so with a 30. So sort of you poke your head so you find a little a spot nestled in between some coral and rocks, and the guards the soldiers tell you to station up here for a moment and take in the surroundings. So you do so, and you look around, and you do see more sea life, some sharks and fish, though they seem to just be swimming around naturally, just amongst the coral and other bits of food that's growing on the terrain. The sharks that are with them, they don't seem to be moving in that organized manner that the other ones were with the sirens. And looking around, it's relatively just a scene of nothing too exciting. At least that's what you see, Dolo, looking around. Sol, you sort of hone in and look off towards the distance, and through the you think almost for a split second you see sort of maneuvering behind some terrain is this long probably like 60-foot long snake like figure just moving behind some terrain way off in the distance, probably like I would say about 200 or so feet away from you, and it seems to just be navigating around with the with some fish swimming around it, and you do see it sort of nipping at the sides of some of these pillars.
What kind of rock are they?
Underwater rock.
Crazy. That's called whetstone.
There you are.
Ah, so I can sharpen my swords with it.
Why would you need to sharpen your magic swords?
Joke, mech. Sorry, you didn't get it.
And you observe for a little longer, and you do see more humanoid figures begin to appear near that 60-foot long snake-like figure. And these figures seem to be wielding weapons of sorts, some spears, tridents. There's about 10 of them, just sort of split up, sort of around the area, with this giant silhouette just maneuvering about the entire area.
How giant are we talking?
60 feet long.
Oh god.
So
Any ideas, Sol?
What was it again? Can I get another description one more time?
Okay, so there's 10 more humanoid figures that have sort of. You're not quite sure where they came from, you just know they came from further away than what the edge of your vision can see. They're wielding weapons, spears, tridents type thing. A 60-foot long snake-like silhouette is sort of weaving its way through the rocky pillars, just sort of almost dancing around the entire area, picking at some bits of food that's growing on the side of the stone and in some coral as well. And yeah.
Are they all gathering food?
No, these guys don't seem to be gathering food. And keep in mind, you probably swam about. Let's see. Yeah, to remain in contact with the captain, you swam about 1,000 feet.
Do the silhouettes appear to be moving assertively, or are they just sort of hanging about?
They're sort of hanging about.
Alright.
Yeah, they don't seem. Nothing seems to have caught their attention yet.
I guess we need to inform the captain.
So while that was happening,
Yeah.
and they were swimming out to there, the so you all back at the area where you are. Captain's making sure that everything is in order. His men are all well equipped, nothing fatal, they can keep pushing on. Lucia, would you be helping out healing? if
Yeah,
needed?
not magical unless needed.
Yeah, there's probably like one or two that could like just use a first or second level cure wounds just to fully patch themselves up. Otherwise, you could just you can't really bandage a wound too well underwater, so it would probably be mainly magical healing.
Okay, so say 3 first levels.
Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah, I'll take 3 first levels going.
Yep. So pumping some healing, and the soldiers thank you for that, and so is the captain. And the captain reminds everyone to stay tightly knit together, just in case there is an ambush coming. And so, while we wait for the contact from the scouts, suppose I... Yes, he begins to... His sort of speech cuts off as he just begins to sort of think. Maury, was it?
Hello, that's me.
Could I borrow your ear for a second? I want to ask you a question.
Okie dokie. I swim over Tom.
You seem to be well versed in the likes of magic.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that I don't have much experience, I want to ask you, do you think it is possible for there to be an item that can control the seas?
Control the seas.
Yes.
To my knowledge, that should be possible. I'm not sure to what extent you're thinking about.
Well, when I say control the seas, I mean the seas and everything in it. Life, the currents.
Oh. Okay, that's a little bit more than I was contemplating. That sounds
So
more like
he
an
doesn't want a
artifact.
trident to fish command.
He
No.
doesn't want a bowl of water.
He's looking for Aquaman.
He's Batman.
Something that can control the seas. It might be along the lines of an artifact, but I don't know any off the top of my head. I could do some research if you'd like, but
Well,
I'm not completely certain.
well, there is a legend that you see, there's a tale that's usually told to children of the city. There was a great warrior long ago where, to fight off against invaders of the plains of water, he forged a staff that was able to unite the entirety of life in the plane of water and bring it to him to fight and essentially save the planes. I don't know if that story is true or not, but with the mass amount of control that is being put into the sea life, I have a feeling that tale is not as make-believe as it might seem.
Ah. Okay. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yes. And if that artifact does exist, then this may be a more dangerous mission than I anticipated. And as you're sort of pondering there in silence, you watch as some of the fish around you begin to, while they were sort of nipping at the sort of coral around you all, they begin to just disperse and swim away very quickly and efficiently, just darting through the tiny cracks in the stone pillars, and the soldiers, upon seeing this, they sort of grab their weapons, stand ready. The captain does as well, and stalk around. Something's coming.
Did Ben and that
Winter is coming.
What was that?
Did Ben and that send the warning?
We'd started going through the process with the rest of the scouting party to relay what we'd seen.
Yes, so there's currently that's about to be sent through.
Oh, okay.
But this was just happening while they were making their way
Oh, okay.
towards
Sorry,
there
my
and
bad.
looking. Yeah. And so as the rest of the guards, I keep on saying guards, as the rest of the soldiers and captain look around and bring everyone else sort of on alert, seemingly almost appearing out of camouflage in a sense, there is 10, 20 30. Many creatures that just seemingly, it almost looks like they rise up from nowhere in the water, just at the edge of your vision. And you see large silhouettes of the not one of the giant sharks you saw earlier, but actually 5, just seemingly on the edge of your vision. The some stone terrain behind you, and just at a quick glance, you estimate there to be about well over 60 figures, ranging from giant sharks to sort of slightly large sharks to some humanoid figures. They all two just seem to have formed a wall that's like half surrounding you all, with the stone pillars encompassing the back of you. And Captain readies a battle stance and says, well, at this point the message from the front line would come through about what they've heard, what they've seen. And Captain almost immediately cuts off the guard as soon as he hears the connection and says, "Rendezvous back here ASAP." And that message travels up to you guys, and you've been told immediately to rendezvous.
Alright, well, I guess as soon as we hear it, we start swimming.
Yep, so you start swimming back. And at this point, the sea creatures begin to just sort of charge forward towards you all. And
Oh, fantastic.
and their spells going off. You see some of the soldiers mainly ready a defensive position, sort of watch each other's backs and such. But you guys are outnumbered about 3 to 1, maybe 4 to 1. You're not quite sure. And so we'll start off with Lushu. What are you doing?
As a response, I will cast a 3rd level spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Just go buck wild.
Keep in mind the damage for spiritual weapon bumps up every 2 levels, so...
Yeah, no, I just didn't have any second.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, you conjure it up and you watch as the water begins to just slightly sort of creates a little bubbly effect sort of around the spiritual weapon as it appears in the water. And you send it forth and begins to sort of strike and parry off some of the creatures that are coming towards you. Josh, what are you doing?
Well, I guess here comes the backup plan, because we need it. Aspen, where are you relative to me?
He would be... I'd say Aspen would be like...
Didn't we
right-
cover that you couldn't use this on Aspen?
Why not?
Because it would get rid of the artificer.
Oh, it actually would?
Yeah,
infusion thing?
because it technically changes the entire stat block. So
Sad.
I'm hang on. Let me check infuse item, because there is a duration where it doesn't where the effect remains, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Infuse item.
Oh, in the meantime, let me just put this over here so someone can use it.
So, your infusion remains in an item indefinitely, but when you die, the infusion vanishes after a number of days.
No, okay, so
Okay,
yeah, you can do it.
so-
Fucking go.
So
I want to be a dragon.
It does actually stay.
Alright, Aspen.
Yeah, go.
Go hog
Yes.
wild. I throw a card at Aspen.
All right, so bronze dragon.
You are amphibious. You can breathe air and water. You have a fly speed of 80, a swim speed of 40, and a speed of 40. Your natural armor is 18. Your hit points is 142. You have multi-attack, meaning you can attack once with your bite and twice with your claws. You also have a breath weapon, 5 to 6 charges, or something like that.
Wait, I was a young bronze dragon.
You
Yes.
are a young bronze. I posted a stat block in chat.
Okay.
You have a lightning attack, and with the new rulings, that is very spicy. Something about an average of 55 damage per turn?
Also, you still have a swim speed and are able to breathe underwater, aren't you?
Exactly why I chose the young bronze dragon. It is
Nice.
literally the only thing within CR range that is worth it. Otherwise, you can be a young fucking sea serpent which actually can't breathe underwater. Fun fact.
Yeah, that's why I'm using Honorable Sea Serpents for this. This is like-
And
This
once
will be
I've done
fun.
that, I will be flinging out fireballs switched out with lightning, so they are 80 fucking diameter.
Okay, so
Big
ha-
balls.
how many fireballs, well, lightning balls are you sending out?
Well, considering I have, let's see, 3 level 3 spell slots, and however many I have in my staff. And that is... They cost 3 charges, and I have 20 charges. 10 charges, so 3 more. So 6 in total.
Okay, so can I get you to roll 60 20s?
Okay.
Because you're making them lightning damage, so I just need to know if any backfire.
6 d20. Ah, fuck, the first one.
Okay, so
Can I roll inspiration?
not for this, sorry.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Okay,
I was
so-
gonna say Flash of Genius, but
Oh, this
It
might
won't help.
this might actually be really bad for you.
Yeah, I knew, but it was, if we're gonna die anyway, fuck it.
Because crit fails.
I do recall the rules.
Okay, so go
It
ahead.
was-
Go ahead. Just roll damage for the first one.
Alright, I'm gonna die, guys. Bye!
Okay, so
Ah, that's way above average. Shit.
that gets doubled to 70,
70.
and then your vulnerability to lightning, that's 140.
oh shit, he's dead.
Yeah, no,
He's
that's
dead
actually
then.
far past my maximum hit point range.
Yeah, he's dead, like dead.
Alright.
Can I rush over and revivify?
Yeah. So I'll cover what happens. So Mori, you think to yourself, this is risky. Fuck it. I've done worse before. And you begin to conjure up your first lightning ball, and it just you're not used to casting a spell like this underwater, so immediately it just fizzles out in your hand and disperses around you, backfiring onto you immediately, and you feel the lightning jolt through your body up to your brain, and you actually just feel for a moment your heart just stop, and your skin is fried to a crisp, and Lucia, you run over, or swim over rather, and you've got your revivify in your...
I don't have any spare, so I have to use the spell for it.
Okay, so you don't have it in the tattoos. Alright, so...
No, I don't have any tattoos.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, you cast the revivify, and Mori, as your consciousness begins to fade, and a familiar presence of lamb's sort of grace and wolf's hunger begins to creep up on you.
Oh, hi.
You feel your heart jumpstart immediately, and you're back alive on 1 HP.
Oh, and I'm back. Bye!
and that would break the concentration on polymorph.
Oh well, time to do it again. Did I die?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
very much.
So,
Well.
so Aspen, you begin to charge forward, and as you feel yourself, your body begins to morph magically into a dragon, and you let out your lightning breath. And I'm pretty sure the rules, things like, yeah, this is a breath weapon, so the rule doesn't apply to this. It's only with magic. So you let out a lightning breath, and it just cascades across an entire sort of direct line towards the enemies, and you get like 10 or so figures, but as they sort of go down and you zap and shock them, it seems like more just continue to come back sooner or later, just seemingly out of nowhere. And as you finish releasing that lightning breath, your form immediately shifts back into your former self, and as you look back, you see Mori just floating there, like looking like dried kelp, almost, as his body is just blackened, and then Lucia comes over, patches him up, his skin returns to its normal color.
Well, you know what they say, in for a penny, in for a pound.
And there are a few creatures coming to charge towards you. What are you doing?
Well, fuck it. I'm gonna meet them head on.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna
go straight up punchy mode.
I'm gonna roll a dice, see how many enemies come towards you.
While you're doing that, can I cast a level 3 Cure Wounds on Mori?
Sure. Go ahead, roll that HP. All right. So seven creatures are bum rushing you.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna rush towards them.
Okay. So just roll a d20 for me. Just a flat d20.
There you go, Mori.
18.
Thank you.
I got a nat 20 on my dice. Okay. So what happens is the creatures come towards you. You're sort of pushing them back with your gauntlets. But they're attacking you from all angles, and some sharks and some of the humanoid figures begin to sort of cut and bite into you. I'm going to say that you take 12 points of damage. You managed to repel about 5 of them, but the two remaining just sort of come in and attack you from behind.
Wait, repel? Do you mean I killed their dead? Or
no. So you did damage to them, but the brain fart. You knocked them back. That's what I meant by repelled. Sort of the energy from your gauntlets sort of just made them sort of flinch and fall back, leaving some more wounded than others.
Wait, I'm gonna see what I can do here. Yeah. I'm gonna cast Shatter.
Okay. So you shatter on a few of the remaining ones that you hit before. A few others are too far apart to be affected by it, but you shatter, and well, actually, thunder damage is the area of it is halved in water. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, you still managed to pick off 2 of the 7 that ganged you, and the shadow sort of collapses in on 2 sharks as their bodies just sort of become lifeless as they slowly just start drifting. And then like 3 more figures replace them. Come back to
Well,
you. So Dolo and Soul, your guys' movement. How fast can you guys move?
Bear in mind we're both able to double dash.
Yes, I know.
I have 40 feet of movement.
The Cloak of the Manta Ray gives you 60 feet of movement, Soul.
Soul has died.
That he has. He's probably out having a smoke.
Good old Siggy.
Yeah, old Shiggy.
Okay.
Alright. Well, you guys are still on your way. The the soldiers are gaining a bit of a lead on you.
Fast swimming pricks.
But back at the fight, you watch as Erasmus and Seo, they're firing off spells. Seo's looking a little exhausted from the constant spell slinging she's having to do. Erasmus, he's low on magic as well. I'll say by the time Dolo and Sol get back, you guys have taken out about 40 or so creatures. And like you can tell you're dwindling them down a little, but they still just keep on coming, and you guys are pumping everything you have into this. Like a couple of the about 7 of the guards have been fatally wounded. Some have even died. Is that
I died too.
Is that Soul talking?
That was Mori, wasn't it?
No, I see Soul's mic lighting up, but he's very distorted and muffled.
Well, did you fall into a pit of grease?
Don't tell me you fell in cheese.
Someone used the grease spell finally.
I should use it right now, because we're in water, and water doesn't mix with grease, and something lighted on fire?
Is he alright?
Well, Sol's dead.
You know,
Long live Sol.
you know what I think happened? So, I think he might be asleep, because he's time zone is a bit whack for him, but he doesn't usually sleep. So
Is that him snoring?
it sounds like.
Oh shit, let me turn up his gain.
I'm just gonna send him a message. Anyway, we'll continue on. This will be recorded, so he can give us an answer.
Do you think he would prefer to be called and woken up, or just sort of left to it?
I'll say we'll just leave him. That's fine.
Alright.
As I said, this session was mainly just going to be a cinematic type thing.
Oh, gee.
Proper combat will be next week. I can promise you that much. But we'll finish this up.
Can't wait to kill myself again that time.
Have you learned your lesson?
Huh, there's a lesson to be learned? Next time I'll stand next to you.
Okay. So, yeah, you guys are putting everything you have into this, and by the time Dolo and Sol and the rest of the soldiers get back, like, there's still a very present wall of figures there, and like the giant sharks haven't made their approach. They just seem to sort of be like watching a perimeter of sorts almost. And
As soon as I get there, I'll join the fight.
so, can I get everyone to make a perception check for me?
Go against.
Sure. Where's my perception? +2.
Oh, that was a +2. 17.
15.
17.
Okay. So what was it? 26, 18, 15, 17. Okay, so Lushu, Mori, and Aspen see it. Sorry, Dolly, you just missed the DC. So, you guys watch as while the fight's going on. Lucia, you're the first to take note of it, not notice, but note. The direction where CO was firing spells from, there's not that many spells being fired from there right now. And so you look, and you can see that she is being grabbed and sort of restrained by about 3 of the humanoid figures, and you watch as one of them actually sort of reaches into her ear and pulls out the bead, the pearl,
Oh, that's smart. That's not good.
and crushes it in its hand. And then Mori, you see that. As the bead is being crushed, you take notice of it, and you watch as they're slowly beginning to sort of swim her away at a very fast speed.
Oh, God.
I look to Mori because
and then
would I?
and then Aspen would see them begin to swim away with CO.
I look to Mori and I say, should we help?
Oh, frick yeah, we should probably make sure
Okay,
she doesn't get kidnapped.
Let's go without letting anyone know, and we'll deal with it later.
Wait, what?
People are still fighting, so let's just go by ourselves.
New plan. How about...
Wait, can you guys see me?
Are
Yes.
you back yet?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just gonna communicate over to Dollo. A kidnapping is happening. Please go see to it.
I'll go
Mac,
with
how
Dollar
far away
then.
are they?
They're leaving.
By this point, they're about 200 feet away.
I teleport at them.
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay.
thinking.
I can
I'm
teleport
gonna-
500 feet.
I'm gonna catch up.
I
with
can
them.
bring one person with me.
Take me. I'm going.
So if anyone can get to me before they get 500 feet away, then I can bring them.
Would that be possible for me, Mac? If I use a shit ton of movement.
So
I am
because
far more useful in a
because
bigger
Dollar was,
encounter than a singular.
Yeah, so Mara would stay. So Dollar, you would have to take the time to swim towards Lushu, but yeah, you swim to close.
If we both swim towards each other and then I cast Dimension Door.
Yeah, you'll be able to get in
Cool.
in range of them. So you swim and
You see a flash of like fire and smoke and we vanish.
and you appear over in front of the creatures, cutting off their path, and you see 2 of them sort of break off, and the last one is left restraining Sio's. As you've now gotten closer and you see this, you can see that she is knocked out and not putting up any of a struggle.
Okay, I'm just gonna mention this right now. I turned up user unknown to 200%. I think he is snoring.
Yeah.
I was like, what is that in the background? As I heard there's like some
he's
very odd noises.
He's gonna have a fun video to watch.
Should I disconnect them?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
He might wake up. Maybe not though. He's probably been awake for like 24 plus hours.
It's over in America right now.
Yeah, like this game starts at 6 a.m. for him, so and
Rough.
he was up all night playing Elden Ring, so
Of course he was.
okay, so you guys, two of you appear in front of them. Two of them sort of break off and begin to contest the both of you, while one continues to drag Sea away, seemingly unimpeded by dragging her through the
I'll yell at Lushu, wake up Seo, and then I'll action surge at these two.
What was that, sorry?
I said I'll yell at Lushu to wake up Seo, and I'll action surge at the two in front of me.
Okay. Lushu, what are you doing?
I'm gonna cast Warding Bond on Dolo, and I'm gonna
Rings?
chase after the. Yeah, I gave him the ring.
Okay, just making sure.
You're married now.
I proposed to him. Didn't you remember?
Oh, how sweet.
Yeah, it'll be at a 3rd level.
Okay.
I don't have any Actually, no, I can get a 2nd level because I have the Divine Channel Divinity.
Yep.
So I'll get my 2nd level back and then immediately use it.
Mm-hmm.
So I've lost it, and then I'm gonna chase after them.
Okay. What's
So-
what's your swim speed?
60 feet, 30. I think it's 30.
If you have a cloak of the manta
60.
ray, you have 60 feet. Okay. So, you are managing to just keep pace, with the creature, but it is about 30 feet away from you. You're sort of taking your time to reorientate yourself from the teleport that they managed to just sort of slip past you, and then you began to pursue after them.
I'll let Dolly do something first, and then I'll do another thing.
Yep. So, Dolo, you're action surging. The two that you are facing, they seemingly out of nowhere, these refined weapons that seem to be formed out of water appear in their hands, and a one trident and a spear, and they begin to exchange blows with you. You guys are essentially parrying through the water. Because you used action surge, roll 2d20s for me. Don't add any modifiers or anything.
A natural 20 and a 10.
Okay, so with the first one, you manage to sort of parry the guy with the spear. You manage to parry away his initial thrust towards you, and then with your offhand, you jab this short sword into his gut, and sort of you pull out, ready to take on the second enemy, as the one you impaled with your sword is still standing, but was noticeably hurt by that wound. The second one, however, manages to catch you while you are pulling your weapon out, and deals 10 damage to you.
That would be 5. Because of Warding Bond.
Yep. And you take 5 damage, Lushu.
Yep.
Yep, so that gets halved. Okay. Lushu, what are you doing?
I'm gonna cast a level 4 guiding bolt towards the person.
Okay. Go ahead, roll to hit.
+7. Please just fucking hit. I need this one.
Okay, that hits. Roll
And
damage.
it's level 4. Let me pull up the calculations. That is 8d6. Wow.
35, okay. So you let forth this radiant energy towards the humanoid holding Seo, and it slams into the guy's back, and you watch as the energy sort of courses through his body, slows him down. He's about now 15 feet away from you, but he continues onward. And he actually sort of forms a weapon in his offhand and chucks a water-formed spear towards you. Roll a flat d20 for me.
I'm gonna re-roll that. Fuck.
Okay, so it does hit you. So with a natural 19, throws it, and sort of somewhat slightly blinded by the light caused by your guiding bolt, you don't see this coming as it blends in with the environment pretty well, and the spear impales into the top of your left shoulder, and then the spear seemingly sort of vanishes once it's impacted, leaving a gashing wound open with blood beginning to sort of pour out. We'll come back to that. We'll go back to the fight at the main area because something's about to happen. So, Aspen, as you're firing off different spells and your lightning launches or gauntlets and such into the enemies, you feel yourself getting overrun because they just you charge straight in. They keep on coming at you. The soldiers sort of come in with you and try and take off some of the pressure from you. Murray.
Hi.
So you see Erasmus look around, surveying the situation, and he notices Seo is gone, and he looks around in a panic, and you see him look towards Max, and Max finishes off an enemy that he was fighting, and the body sort of drifts off, and Max turns around and looks for her in a hurry, just seemingly glancing everywhere. He swims back towards the area, and he's seemingly effortlessly just knocks away an enemy that was coming towards him, and he looks towards you, Mori, and says, "Where'd she go?"
I'll nod my head in the direction of Della and Aether, Lucia rather, and I'll point. She's been taken, but Della and Lucia are on the case already.
So you watch as Max's skin begins to turn about 3 shades darker, and while he doesn't openly express it on his face at first, you can just tell by looking into his eyes that there's a sheer anger and with a little bit of a scared look in his eyes, as you watch as 2 fiendish like horns begin to sprout out of his forehead, and his form, his body begins to grow in size a little. His limbs become longer, and he turns into, let me get the picture if I can find it. Where is it? Somewhere around here. Do I have to take another picture of it? I swear I had this prepared.
She said she was 12.
apparently not. I'll get that picture to you soon. But his skin essentially turns into a dark shade of black, and his eyes turn into this yellow color, which is different from his baby blues that he had.
Oh.
And his muscles begin to bulge and swell as they grow in size in accordance to his body. And he takes out the pearl from his ear and wears a disgusted look on his face and crushes it and turns back towards the horde of enemies, and with lightning fast speed he swims forward. The water around him seems to sort of just shift, and almost like a mini sort of shockwave is made from just a few kicks of him propelling himself forward. And Erastus's face upon seeing this is in he wears a look of horror as he sees this. And you see now Max is just essentially darting from enemy to enemy in rapid succession, knocking a few of the sharks and other humanoids down in at least like 2 strikes with his weapon. And it eventually gets to the point where his weapon gets stuck in the corpse of an enemy, so he just tosses it to the side and he begins just using his fists on the enemies. And he's just going around. And Erastus has stopped firing his spells. You can tell he looks scared.
Well, crap. I'm quickly gonna try and send the message off to Dolo and IC, in that case, Lucio.
They are out of range.
Shit, okay.
Yep.
How's Aspen and Sol doing?
Aspen and Sol, yeah, they're... Well, Aspen, how would you react to seeing Max just laying waste to a bunch of enemies in rapid succession? You can't quite make out his new form change as he's still quite a ways away from you, but you can tell he's definitely moving much faster and he's not wielding a weapon.
Cool, he's a demon. There's still enemies in front of me.
Yeah, they're still coming.
I punch.
All right, yeah, you're still going.
Yeah, I'm fine with it as long as it doesn't bother me, and then after the fight we can deal with that whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. And Sol is firing shots. We'll say it's continually firing magical shots. A few of them landing, a few missing their mark, but when they land, they sort of do. It takes about 1 or 2 arrows for him to take them down. And so we'll go back to Dolo and Lucy now. So, Dolo, which one you going after? The one you've injured or the one that hit you?
How does it look like Lucio is coping with the one that's running?
Make a perception check, as he is a fair distance away at this point.
Never mind, that's a 6.
Hard to tell, but
Yep.
you can tell he's caught up, at
Cool.
least a little.
That
so.
is good.
Yep.
All right. How far away is Lucio?
He's still within range of the telepathy. He's about
200 feet on.
No, he's about 150 feet away.
Okay, he's too far for me to help. All right, I will try and finish off the injured one.
Okay, so just do the flat d20 roll. think you will hit with that because he got a nat 1.
Oh.
Yeah, so how do you execute him, so to say?
Being that this is a fish, I will fillet him.
Okay, you fillet him best you can. There's still a bit of water friction, slowing down your movements, but yeah, you fillet him pretty well. He goes to sort of conjure up and sort of dual wield some weapons towards you, but in that opening of him sort of focusing on conjuring the weapon, you just sort of go in for the kill, parry off the one weapon you already had and stab him on the other side of his gut and sort of carve up and fillet him type thing.
Your sushi, ma'am.
Right. And the other one that you didn't go for comes in and does get a strike on you. So that's another. Well, that's 11 damage, which is 6 for you, 5 for Lushu. And so back to you, Lushu.
I'm gonna use my last harness divine power to shoot a. Ooh, let's see what spells I've got. If I cast Enhance ability, would I be able to swim faster if I use Cat's Grace?
If you want to swim faster, it would be athletics.
Which would be strength.
Yes, which would be strength.
Okay. I'm gonna do that then. Enhance ability, bull strength.
Mm-hmm.
Doubles my swim speed.
Yep. So, if you're trying to gain on him, go ahead and make an athletics check for me.
And I have advantage on that.
Yep. I will make an opposing check to see if you can catch up to him.
2d20 plus 4. I'm gonna re-roll that. Can I re-roll with advantage if I use lucky?
Yep.
I'll take that.
Okay, 23.
Isn't the whole point of lucky is that you always have advantage, but when you need it?
Well, what lucky states?
You can choose to re-roll after you've seen the roll.
Yeah.
I saw the roll and I chanced it, and it paid off.
Okay, so correction for lucky in the future, it's just one more additional d20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it would have worked anyways. So.
Yes. Okay. So you got a 23. He rolled a natural 20 on the dice, but I need to check his strength modifier, athletic score. Yeah, these guys have +8. So unfortunately, you do not gain. In fact, he gains a bit of distance from you. He's about 25 feet away now. And conjuring up another water spear, throws it towards you. Make a just roll a flat d20. You got a 15 on the dice, so that does hit you. That's low damage, 8 damage.
Okay. It's halved between me and Dolo. It works both ways.
Does it?
How much damage do I take?
4. If this works correctly.
Oh, one thing about Warding Bond, the spell ends if you become separated further than 60 feet.
Oh.
I forgot about that.
Okay.
So I don't take that full?
No.
No.
I'll take full.
Cool.
And it's only the target where the damage is transferred over, not the caster. So it's only a one-way thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, so that's happening. And as you're continuing to pursue Lushu, you do see some terrain off in the distance, and coming towards you are two other figures. But we'll come back to that. So we'll go back to the main encounter. And so, Maury, Max is still just tearing it up. You can tell he's looking exhausted, but he's pushing through it. And you actually see from the punches he creates, water does ripple slightly as he impacts the enemies with his fist. And even at some points, he sort of grabs the enemy's weapon and just carves into the side of another creature before just tossing the weapon aside and continuing on. Erasmus looks towards you and says, I need your help to stop him.
Oh, fuck. How do you mean?
He reaches into his bag and, not caring that it gets filled with water, he pulls out he pulls out a pair of shackles, but these aren't regular looking shackles. You can see that there are magic runes engraved on the outside, and you would have actually studied these when you were in Blackstaff Tower. These are dimensional shackles.
Oh.
And
Oh no.
And he also pulls out a couple needle vials of a liquid. You're not quite sure what it is, but he says to you, when he is done with the enemies, we need to act fast. Can I trust you to help me?
I'll keep an eye on it and I'll help. All right.
Thank you. If you can restrain him, I can do the rest.
That I can certainly try. In the meantime, is Aspen still surrounded by enemies?
More or less. Like I'd say there's about 4 creatures crowding around Aspen, and the size of the wall has dwindled quite a bit. But again, there's still creatures that do replace others, though not as frequent as when you first started.
Okay, so it's not as bad.
Yeah, you guys are making progress, that's for sure. It's a very long-winded fight, and you're getting really exhausted.
Oh, I died.
That too.
Yeah, how do you like it? Sucks.
Well, in that case, could I use my previous 6d20s to cast another lightning ball in this instance?
Sure.
All
I
right.
can't res you.
Don't
It's
worry, it will succeed. Is there any area of enemies which is not like it's the wall?
Near allies?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'd rather not be the case of friendly fire here.
Yeah, there's a few, and because yeah, you can get like the main back area of the wall. So
Let's wipe out as many as we can then, shall we?
So the first of the 60-20s expended the spell slot because it did.
Yep, that's
it did
fine.
Cast, yep. So
I did die killing myself with that spell slot.
Yep. So
let's go again.
Okay.
That's about alright.
1 does backfire on you.
1? Okay.
Because you got a 2, but it's not double damage.
Oh, it's actually the damage itself as well that counts. Interesting.
Oh no, no, the roll d20s.
You want me to roll a d20?
For every fireball, lightning ball you do, I need you to roll a d20 because this is every time you cast a lightning spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
9.
Okay. So it goes off without a hitch.
Lovely. Just praying I don't die doing this. Let's roll a preemptive d20.
And it's
6.
nice. Okay, so not 68 but 8d6.
Is it 86? Oh, crap.
Yes.
Did I roll
You
the
rolled,
wrong
You
numbers?
rolled 68. Yes, you got yourself mixed up. Okay,
Oh,
very
no.
nice. You're just blasting enemies.
I'm
the
trying to
other
avoid
soldiers.
enemies. Friendly fire,
Okay.
if I can, like, completely.
Okay.
Just
Yeah. I'll say you can do that. Like as the soldiers see you unleashing a barrage of spells, they begin to back off and give you space to unleash this mayhem. But Max is still just continuing in without.
yeah. I'll keep my eye on the Max situation, but if he's not raging, I can't really stop him.
Yeah.
Not without, like, letting him die to the enemies himself. Alright, I'll roll another lightning bolt.
I'll give you one more and then we'll swap over to.
Please
others.
don't kill me.
Okay.
Oh, thank fuck.
Goes off without a hitch. Cool.
This is such a double-edged sword.
Yes, it is. But it's
A very effective one.
yes.
Either I will die or the enemies will die en masse. There is no in between.
All right, so you unleash these balls of lightning. You're feeling the strain from using this much magic in such a short amount of time on your body, but it's not to the point of the part where you take damage. It's just you're feeling that it's getting closer to that. But swapping back over to the others, Dolo and Luciu. So Dolo, there's one more enemy in front of you.
Awesome.
You doing anything fancy or particular to try and?
Let me have a quick look and see if there's anything cheeky that I can do. I'm going to I don't know how to explain this without using action economy terms.
Okay, well,
Hit him,
yeah.
run away. I know he can catch up with me, and then when he catches up with me, that'll trigger my sneak attack, and I can gank him again. And I'm going to run towards Luciu because I need to catch up with him.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, roll that flat d20. If you get a 2 or lower, oh, he got a 3 on the dice. Okay, so he parries your strike towards him, but in that window.
Doesn't matter. All I have to do is make an attack at him, and I can move without taking an attack of opportunity from him.
Yeah. So in that attack, you sort of turn around and just dart off, and begins to pursue you. Eventually does catch up to you. So go ahead, another d20 roll. Okay.
14.
So you do beat him on that regard. So yeah. So with the sudden surprise of the attack, as he's expecting you to be running and not paying much attention to him, you sort of have a sixth sense and just sort of do a spiral spin in the water and just cut straight across his chest. And you do knock the water weapon out of his hand, but almost as fast as he loses, he conjures one back. And
Is that the sound of Sol waking up?
Oh god, is that? I thought that was you, Ben, for a second.
I don't know.
Those little moans, that wasn't me.
Alright, this is getting weird.
Sorry, Meg, please continue.
It's all on recording. So you knock the weapon away. It sort of disperses into the the endless ocean, and he conjures one back and goes to strike against you. Ooh. Roll a flat d20. You have a chance to beat this. Okay, so that tied. So go ahead, roll me a d6.
Four.
He got a 5, so it does. So, in retaliation to you attacking him, sort of misjudging the speed at which it can conjure weapons back, conjures the weapon as it's sort of forming in his hand. Just the end of it manages to form itself fast enough to cut across your body. You take 13 points of damage.
Oh shit! All right.
Yeah, Souls is definitely sleeping.
25.
Okay. Lucy.
I'm still chasing.
Yep. Alright. And yeah, so the two figures are probably about you guys have kept on swimming. The two figures are now about yes, he is snoring. Right. We'll just choose to ignore it. And so the two figures are swimming towards you, and they're probably about 150 feet away from
All
the
right,
guy.
fuck it.
You are about 150 feet away from the guy you are chasing, with you being about 25 feet behind him. And it's very faint, but you do hear slight... you do see bubbles sort of appear out of the... sort of rise up a little bit out of the front of the humanoid figure. Looks like a fish man, basically. And you do hear faint mumbling sounds. It sounds like he's communicating, but given the distance, shouldn't be able to. So you're not quite sure what's going on. What are you doing? Keep in mind, you do have advantage on your next attack roll because of Guiding Bolt.
Yeah. I think I'll just shoot my final level 1 spell slot at him with it.
Okay.
Another Guiding Bolt.
Roll to hit.
I'm gonna reroll that. My final lucky.
Yep. Just one dice. A 14 does not hit, unfortunately. So, learning from the previous strikes, sees this coming and sort of does a barrel roll in the water, and the spell flies forward in the water and sort of dissipates towards the end of its lifespan, spreading out in the water faintly. And one more water spear is conjured up and is thrown towards you. Roll a d20.
I cannot win. I can't keep up.
You got a nat 1.
That's why I
Oh.
said to heal her and wake her up.
I can't. She's not in range.
Yeah,
So
she's been within 30 feet for the last 3 rounds.
So, yeah, you got a nat 1 on that dice. So, the water javelin goes wide. You just have to dart out of the way a little bit. You continue the pursuit onwards. And at this point, You feel gently. So after you cast that guiding bolt and dodge out of the way of the water sphere, you feel gently tugging on the side of your clothes, sort of like something's almost caught there. You don't see anything, but you hear in your head the voice of a voice you've never heard before, but it says to you, it says to you, Mummy said to come find her when everyone's well equipped.
Uh-oh.
And appearing next to you out of invisibility is Kiri.
The dragon thing?
Her pseudo dragon, yes.
What's going on?
Please, just trust Mummy. At this point, the two figures have now swum up to you and are now beginning to strike towards you as the third figure carrying Seo continues forward past them. And these creatures strike at you, not so in a means to harm you, but more so deter you away. Like they're trying to hurt you, but once you sort of back away from their initial strikes, they're not pursuing, they're not following up.
I back away annoyed.
They wait until you are out of sight before they slowly begin to back away, still eyeing you. And Dol, at this point, you see Lucia coming back into your view with a small pseudo dragon strapped to his sort of wrapped around the collar of his clothes. You there, Dolo?
Sorry, what was that? My internet's just bugged out and I just switched to my hotspot.
So Lushu is swimming back to you with a pseudo with Kiri sort of wrapped around his the collar of his clothes, with Seo not in tow. The coming back into your vision, and you continue on. You can see that there's no sign of the creatures.
We'll yell out, how the hell did you lose her and then attempt to kill the guy next to me?
I'm not used to swimming in water, so when they threw the spears, I couldn't catch up. You can see that my muscles are bulging, so I used a spell to double my speed, and even just trying to emphasize that I could not catch up.
Do I just need to roll another d20, mech?
What for?
Aren't I still fighting a guy?
No, we'll say you killed him at this point.
Alright.
Yeah.
Why do you have a dragon?
After a while, she came and told me that to trust her mum.
Kiri is a guy.
He.
And Kiri
So-
speaks to you. Well, Kiri doesn't speak to you, Dolly, but speaks to you, Lushu. Says, "That's right. She said Arasis can help."
according to him, Erastus can help.
Okay.
Which is where we'll cut back to the main fight. And at this point, majority of the wall has been taken care of. The about 15 of the 20 or so guards, soldiers that were with you have died or are on the verge of death. Max took care of majority of the creatures and is still taking care of a few more. And we'll say, for the sake of brevity, what happens here is, Murray, do you have any spell slots to cast Hold Person?
I definitely do, and I also have silver barbs to try and doubly make sure it works.
Yeah, but we'll say for the sake of brevity, it does work. So you cast Hold Person. Aspen, do you do anything to help restrain?
I was gonna say I'm gonna knock him out, but I can't do that.
Punch him in the face.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I will be on standby.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what happens, Murray? You let forth the Hold Person sort of once all the remaining enemies are defeated. The giant sharks sort of begin to turn and swim away, and you let forth the Hold Person. Max sort of freezes in the water in place, and Erastus takes that opportunity to swim forth and sort of, in very rapid succession, bring Max's arms together and immediately locks the dimensional shackles on them, and then down to his legs as well, and secures them in place. And then he takes one of the needles and injects it into Max, which puts him sort of in a fit of rage, not really moving about, but in just like, you can see the anger and frustration on like his face, and these sort of demon-like pointy teeth in his mouth. He's sort of, you can tell he's sort of roaring out in anger, and that slowly dies down as the liquid from Erastus's needle goes into his body, and he falls unconscious. And Erastus scoops him up sort of over his shoulder, and Erastus messages the captain saying, "We need to head back now." And the captain, after paying a quick tribute to his fallen men and collecting as many as were salvageable, he orders everyone to come back and send a few guards off to make sure the Earth Genasi and Silver Dragon are okay. And he waits by another current, and once everyone is back and Erastus seeing the Kiri, once he comes, once Dolo and Luciu come back and Kiri sees Erastus, he sort of swims towards him, his little cap of water breathing on, and he flies towards Erastus, and just, you can see there's a look of upset. There's just a destroyed look on Kiri's face, and a look of hopelessness. And Erastus is with your guys' passive insight, like you can tell Erastus is trying to put on a brave face, but he's not doing a good job of it. But he is continuing on and he says, we need to head back and get Max sorted. And he heads off to where the captain is leading everyone sort of along the trip. Erastus injects another vial of that liquid into Max to keep him sedated. And I will say now it is horse tranquilizer, very powerful.
Ah, ketamine.
Yep.
No, it's
Sweet
good
ketamine.
demon drugs.
It's holy water.
Is there anything you guys want to roleplay on the trip back?
I'm just angry at myself for fucking up, so I'm just mumbling angrily to myself.
Okay.
I'll be just double checking over the party, making sure they're alright.
I am only a little injured. I'll be fine.
Minorly stabbed.
So why don't we want to try and chase after her and get her back?
That's something Curie has to explain to Erastus, apparently. Ask Erastus, maybe.
Has Kiri spoken to Erastus at this point?
You're not sure as Curie speaks telepathically, but you can assume by the way Curie is nestled into Erastus's neck that might be talking, might just be trying to be comforted.
I would like to ask Erastus if what he thinks we should do.
Situation's a little complicated right now.
We head back to the city. And we plan from there. And
If you're sure.
While it's hard to see in the water, like you can tell Erastus is shaking. And he says, normally Max would have transformed back by now with the tranquilizer, but this is different this time. I'll explain it more when we get back. I need to think.
Right. I'll leave him to it.
Thank you for trying to get her back. And you see Erastus put the helmet of his armor back on. It just sort of appears over his face again as he remains a bit secluded away from everyone. And I think that's where we'll end the session, with you guys heading
Ori,
back
how cool was my teleport?
Oh, it was quite spectacular. You've raised your spell count. Incredible.
3
Erase it to a
spells,
total
baby.
of 3, baby.
I must say, the cloak not only is quite fancy, matches and fits your aesthetic, it is quite useful.
Thank you. Thank you.
I